Hey, gonna be doing some more Game Boy Studio development on Demon Fish Dead Ahead for GBJAM 12. Be right with you. Alright, so I've got Demon Fish Dead Ahead, and I'm gonna turn down my headphones a little bit here. It's already getting loud. Hydrate here. So exciting news. Those of you who have been following the stream or keeping up with the VODs, when I first started, I actually was playing some games as well as developing games. Well, when I restarted, right? Because this isn't my first time streaming or anything like that, but I kind of rebooted my stream. And when I first rebooted it, I was playing Palooza Saga Kaji's Trials on the NES emulator. And I happened to shout out Broke Studio and Johnny Manjiro, who helped to make they all helped to make the game possible with two other people. And yeah, so he actually reached out to me on the stream and went back and watched the VOD of me playing it. So that's super cool. But then now also he's offered me a job making art for him on his next project. So how cool is that? And he's planning it to because he started it in NESmaker and he came across an issue. So now he's deciding to put it onto GB Studio. And I'm gonna make the art for it. So how freaking cool is that? I'm very excited. So we'll have to see about when that starts to happen. But he's just now learning GB Studio. But yeah, it'll be interesting. Yeah, it should be an easy porting process. Should be easy to get all the art working and stuff. And GB Studio is gonna help us because it's so easy to put things together. It sounds like Johnny is a good programmer considering he does assembly, but yeah, there's not a whole lot of resources on assembly for the Game Boy compared to C++ for the Game Boy. So yeah, hopefully we'll be able to do everything using the events within GB Studio here. But yeah, that'll be a fun project. It looks like it's a platformer, side-scrolling platformer. It looks like there's kind of a darker theme to it, so that looks cool. But a lot of it's not set in stone, so we'll have to see what actually happens. And I get to have a say in some of it too, so that sounds cool. I am very excited for that. Perfect timing too. Alright, so I really want to make this look good, honestly. I'm sick of it looking bad. So I kind of want to do that. And the more that I think about it like that, it's floating to the top. So either like develop a chunk of it with the islands and start from there and just kind of keep going. But I really want to get the water going first because that's going to make everything feel a lot better. But the thing with the water is that I don't like it how it is now, and it's kind of a mess. So let's go into Aseprite. I'm gonna open where are we at here? So we're within the GB Studio project folder, but I want to go into my own Aseprite folder. So where is that? Let's find that here. Oh, you know what? I didn't turn on stream avatars. Let me do that. Just in case someone joins the stream, which I'm sure they will. It should just take a second here. Alright, so with this, where was I looking? I wanted Oh yeah, this is kind of all messed up because I was showing off art, but this is the folder I was looking for. We've got the fishing game folder, and there should be a world map Aseprite, but there's not. So that's where I made a mistake. So this is all on one layer, unfortunately. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. Could easily delete that. That's easy enough. Oh. But it wasn't. Why did it? Huh. What is this? What is this? Why is this being so weird? Oh, is it because it's a huge sprite? Oh, it's because of symmetry's on. So that's how I left it when I drew the skeleton. Alright, so what I want to do is, not that. We'll get the wand back out. And now we can delete the black. Alright. But deleting these is a little bit more difficult, I guess. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna leave them there. And I'm gonna make a new layer. I'm gonna fill it in. Oh, what happened there? That's weird. I had a selection. There it is. Alright, so what I want to do is actually append this selection. So I think oh. Huh. What if we go back to this one and then we append? You know what, maybe I just need to get in closer. And oh shit, now we've got that all selected. Well, that's not what I want. I want it to be just these ones. So I'm gonna go back to this layer. I'm gonna fill in the black. And now I'm gonna go into this and oh, I know what I need to do. I need to select this. Hold on. This. Why is it? There we go. I need to select all the empty space. And then invert it. That's what I need to do. This is all because I didn't draw it on layers, mind you. So if I would have just drew it on layers, it would have been okay. But I was drawing it as a tile map, and then I didn't save the tile map. So Oh, that's that. Yeah, we want those two. Am I missing anything? I don't think so. Alright, so now we can flip the selection. So we'll invert the selection. And then we'll use... Yeah, there it is. All the waves are gone. We've got it on its own layer. And we've got... Well, the waves are still there underneath, but we don't need to look at them. Actually, I can use that, right? Because I'm gonna animate this, right? So I want one of each. Oh. I'm gonna actually make a new layer for the waves. Call it wave. And this will be Black Sea. And this will be terrain. Alright. So for waves we're going to, for some reason I didn't select it, so we'll do that, copy it, go up to waves again, paste it. Alright, so we've got one wave. Now we want another, but we're gonna change this one so there's two unique waves and that they're next to each other, just like that. And then we're going to do the opposite here and just drag them like that. So it looks kind of funny right now, but when it's animated, it'll have a movement to it. And it'll have like almost a tiling nature, because these two will be moving together and these two will be moving together and these two, and so like, and then yeah, what we can do is actually just make a yep, there we go. Oh wait, that did it over everything. So what we want to do then is we're gonna select the Black Sea, go back to the wave layer, and then we're going to hit the G key. There we go. Now we've got the waves the way that we want it. And like I said, it looks a little weird right now, but when it's animated, it's going to look a lot better. Let's see how it looks without the grid. So it actually kind of has a more organic nature than it did before. So it's actually already looking better. But once it's animated, like I said, it's going to be kind of moving against itself and whatnot. Oh, you know what? I don't have the chat pulled up. I completely forgot. All right, so here's, I'm gonna connect stream avatars. Yeah, like I said in the last stream, I'm using my old computer for just pulling up streams, and it's so slow because it's an old spinny disk hard drive. All right, it's loaded. Google. Now we're loading Twitch. Okay, now I've got the chat pulled up, just in case people want to chat. All right. Oh man, this mouse on this other computer is trash. Okay. Yeah, I should honestly, I should pull up YouTube also. Oh, I forgot. This is it. Yeah. All right. New window. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen anyone chat on my YouTube yet, but just in case, it's a good idea to have it up, I want to say. because it won't show on Twitch because they don't want YouTube chat coming up on the overlay. Okay, so now we're set to go again here. So the next thing I want to do is I want to pull up the tile map that I made before. And I'm going to add this stuff to it. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. And I'm just going to put it in the corner for now on a new layer. So that way we can get rid of it later easily. But also I know where it's at. Alright, so there's two ways I can do this. I can go in along, yeah, that makes more sense. To go in along the edge there, like that. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll just leave this on that layer. Oh wait, you know what? I just stole it from there. So let me put that back. All right, so I'm gonna start on a different layer. Damn it, I did it again. Copy. So this one we'll call tiles, and then we'll make a layer underneath it called terrain edge. Actually, we'll throw that just above terrain so it's in a more logical spot, and we'll paste it. So now this is on terrain edge. All right, so we'll just start with this edge, and that'll give us a starting point. Got some more edges down here. It looks like I'll need to make some tiles too. Or you know what I can do is I can I'm gonna move this down so it's in range there. Copy. Actually, I'm just gonna copy all of these. Copy, terrain edge, paste. So now, oh, so terrain edge should be above the ocean, just in case we need to use it. Oh, it won't let me do that. I'm gonna put this right there. And then deselect. Okay. Alright, so we'll get rid of the, you know what, the waves need to go. I messed up. Let me put that shit back. Hold on, deselect, put that back up, put the waves underneath terrain edge. We'll leave the terrain at the top because it's gonna overlap. I don't know what I was thinking. We'll go ahead and do some of this stuff while we're at it. Alright. Alright, so there's an island under here somewhere. There it is. I messed this up. There we go. Alright. Alright, so we do need some of this guy too, so I'm just gonna go grab that as well. Copy, paste. Oh, that didn't work for some reason. Tiles. Grab it, copy, terrain, paste. Oh, worked that time. I don't know what I did wrong that first time. Alright, so I need this one. And this one. Let's see here. This one. There, that looks more like an island. Alright, so this one would go here. And then this one would go here. This one here. This one here. And here and here. Where'd the other one go? There's this one, and this one. Oh, that don't look right. There it is. And this one. Alright, need this guy. It's crazy how much this is gonna make a difference, because it was starting to look so stale. Like, I'm sure people were joining the stream like, what the heck am I looking at? Does this guy even know what he's doing? And then they would see the fighting screen like, oh, okay, he does know what he's doing. Because clearly had more time spent on it. Alright, this one. Oh, corner. Yeah, that one actually isn't gonna. But it could go there. Alright, so what do we got? One of these. Oh, hey, Cryptic's lurking while I sleep. Oh, well, have a good sleep. Thank you for the luck. Sorry, it took me a second to realize that. But I definitely appreciate the lurk. Alright. What happened to that guy? Alright. There we go. Get one of these guys in here. And this is why I didn't put any collisions in yet, because I knew I'd be changing the edges and I'd have to go back and do that, and that can be really finicky, and I kind of hate doing it. So hopefully that's another thing that they changed, because it can be really finicky to make all the collisions for this entire boundary, for everything, right? I mean, that's like hours of work. Or like an hour. Alright. Well, it's starting to look like a coastline at least, or like a bone coastline. Oh, that's too many. Yep. Hey, Bard Pixel is now following. Thank you so much for the follow, Bard Pixel. Appreciate you hanging out and chatting there. We got a Elden Ring emote. Nice. Yeah, I actually haven't played Elden Ring, but I watched one of my friends get into it. But yeah, Bard Pixel. I've seen your stuff and I love it. I first witnessed it during the GB Compo 23 and I was like, holy cow, this is amazing. And I think didn't you win or something like that? Or something like that. Yours was like right up there top. But yeah, that's really cool. You got 4th place. Hey, that's a win to me. That's fantastic. 4th place. Nice work. Congratulations. Cause that was a really fantastic thing. And then for that title, are you self-publishing that one, or are you working with a publisher on that one? Because I can tell that that it's definitely worth selling, you know. Get a physical release, right? Oh, do I want that or that? Oh. That must be so exciting to have gotten all the way to the top like that. Yeah, I've never gotten close to winning a game jam or even in the top 10. I did get in the top 60 in top 60th in humor in Ludum Dare. There was like 15 or 16 100 people, I think. I don't know. I might have forgotten the numbers. There was over 1,000 people. But that was, yeah, just in humor. It wasn't even like overall. But it was a humorous game. I was just playing it on stream yesterday. Explaining what game jams are. There's a pixel art game jam that's coming up. That looks really cool. Are you gonna take part in that, Bard Pixel? The GB Pixel Jam? Or whatever they call it. That's so cool. It looks like they're gonna do the anodized cartridge again for the prize. 1 sec, BRB. Yeah, take your time. Yeah. So now I've got at least a coastline going down that way. I should probably go more this way. I don't think I'm gonna get the whole coastline in or anything. Not in one sitting at least. I don't really want to. But I'll have to like dip back and forth if I want this to be finished at all. And it should be, because, you know, you want it to be good. We'll give this some bulk here. Alright, where is this gonna go? Here? It just turns the island into a freaking square. So I'll put it here. Yeah. So we'll get this guy just floating in the ocean there. Yes. It still looks like a gosh darn square. Let's fix that. Alright, we got this. Okay, with that. Oh, there's something underneath that. I want... Is that the only one I had? This one. Sweet. Alright, we got a little island going there. Some corners to place. Oh, that one's... Oh. Yeah, I'm in full-on flow mode here. So I don't have a tile for that yet. I'm gonna have to make one. Alright, so that's... I'll throw this here. But that's enough that direction. We need to get these corners though. I did kind of want to get this island too though, so that way it at least looks kind of normal. Honestly, it's a little bit like playing Minesweeper. Like trying to do it one tile at a time, right? I think this is one. Oh. Uh, I don't know what I'm gonna do there. I have to make a new tile or change some things. Yeah. Oh. Here we go. There. Yep. Just like that. Yeah, probably do that. This. All right. Get some more corners in here. Where are the other ones? Oh, is it this one? No, that's the one I just grabbed. It's not this one, but it is. I don't even know what I'm doing here anymore. Because like some of them are on the outside, some of them are on the inside. So need to decide. Yeah. back. How's the game going? How long is the game jam? Was it 10 days? Honestly, I don't know how many days it was, because yeah, I think it was 10 days, because it was already 3 days in when I started. I remember like seeing it like months ago and be like, oh yeah, that's one that I want to do. I'll remember that. And then I did not remember. So I think it was at 7 days when I first looked at it, and I was like, oh yeah, that's what I want to do. I kind of just like shifted gears. I was about to get ready to do a lot more retro Spaceball stuff, and then I was like, oh, but this game jam, it's only 7 days, so and now it's at like 5 days, so, or less, I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm not too worried about like the deadline and that stuff, because it actually already kind of works. All this stuff is just to make it like big, make it seem big for a game jam game. I think people are impressed with game jam games that appear big. And yeah, I feel like game jams are kind of about first impressions, right? Because a lot of the people, they'll play a whole bunch of them, but they won't have the chance to like sit there and play them. And I think that's kind of where I went wrong with Source Hack, which is what I made for GB Compo, was that I was just having fun with it, and I wasn't thinking about like how the player experience was going to be, because I just wanted to have fun. And so what I did was I made like whatever I could figure out, because I was still learning the engine, and then once I like figured out how to make like a really basic level, I got kind of bored with that because it was too basic, and I started learning the, you know, other stuff, how to make it more interesting, and I just kind of like switched over to that like after like level 8 of like this of a repetition. And I kind of wrote that into the story, so it's like you're playing a game and then someone's knocking on the door because of something that happened in the game, because it's like an online game, right? And so basically it doesn't spell it out for you, but the player is playing a game that's not actually a game. It's like a hacking tool that's presented to him as a game, or something, or you're playing it as a game, and it's actually a hacking tool. So you're actually hacking people in real life, but it feels like a game, and then the real life consequences are going to kind of pile up, and then you'll become a better hacker and use more computers that have different software. So that's how that game's going, and it's actually a lot of fun. I mean, at least to make. I don't know if it's that fun to play, but it's interesting. It's kind of like it's all right. So I don't know if you ever played JRPGs back in the day, but it's kind of like when you would go, like, let's say Final Fantasy IV, when you like walk around in the village and you're just like looking for stuff and talking to people and figuring out lore, and there's like secrets and stuff like that. That's kind of what I'm trying to maximize on. And then the rest of it, instead of being like a JRPG or like fighting screens or any of that, I'm trying to keep it like just kind of like loose, and lots of mechanics just kind of like thrown in there. So there is like one enemy that is a fighting screen, you know, but it's just one enemy. It's not like the gameplay. So I'm kind of trying to keep it like a multi-genre variety type thing, but mostly a puzzle story, you know, walking simulator, JRPG type thing. Never got into JRPGs, but sounds interesting. So this game that I'm making now is actually a JRPG, and it'll be the first time I ever made a JRPG, so that's interesting. But I'm basically, like I said, I had made that like one battle where you fight in like a fighting screen, and I'm using what I learned from that for this project, and it's actually coming along pretty good. Let me show you what I'm working on while you're here. Actually, I've got it loaded up right here. So you can actually see the slowdown. Like once I leave the trigger, it's nice and fast and smooth here, but then when I go into the trigger, it's checking to see if you've moved, and then doing this random number generator. But I got the background tile swapping, so it does random fish encounters. So there's what, 4 different types of fish and 4 different slots. So you can have up to 4 fish, and they're all randomized. It is a little buggy though. So first up is the Ely, second up is Beard Fish. First demon fish is attacking. Health equals 47. Second demon fish is attacking. Player takes critical damage. Health 42. You're up, what'll it be? Okay, so now it's my turn. I can cast, brace, tackle, or belay. I'm gonna cast it which? We're gonna go for the second one because I know it has less life. Again, we're gonna cast at the second one. And we killed it. Second is caught. So there's no sound yet. So that's kind of something that I wanted to jump into tonight. That would be fun. I kind of want to make the sounds with my mouth. The sound effects. Like, things like that. And then sample it down to 8-bit. And, oh, the dog's gonna love that. Bonnie doesn't like it when I make creature sounds. She's already experienced it before. Yeah, I did a recording session for a game where I was doing all the creature sounds for the entire game. And, well, that's not true. I got my dryer. I employed my squeaky dryer to make some of the creature sounds. But I made the rest of them. And also I was a mad scientist, and the dog was like... The dog didn't know what to think. Like, I'd never heard you laugh like that before. Nice, sounds fun. Yep. No, so this game is it takes place in hell on a boat, and you're fishing in hell. That's what I've come up with so far. And they're demons. The fish are demon. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Got it. So yeah, there's a few things that I want to work out that I don't know if I'm going to work out for the game jam. Weight for the fish. That way you can have trophies for the biggest weight. Kind of like a high score for each fish. Or each fish type. And then the weight would also increase their health a little bit, right? So they'd have like a base weight, and if they were lower, they'd have a smaller health, and if they were higher, then they'd have a increased health, and do that with like a little bit of random. So that way each fish is a little different. But like I said, that seems like a lot, so I don't know if that's gonna make it in. There was something else that I wanted to get in. I don't know. But yeah, right now it doesn't have any collisions or anything like that, so yeah. I wonder if I should change the outline to be white. That might look better. But then the sails would be black. But that might not be bad either, like a black sail. Because it's got that whole border around it, it's not even being seen. Except to cover up some of the waves. Alright, so yeah, I want to make that water move now that I've got some islands. So that's what I'm gonna do now. You know, I'm gonna finish this island real quick, and then we'll do that. Oh, that's gonna go there. Alright, this can go here. That over here. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what other games get made for this game jam. Because that to me is almost, or probably more fun than actually making the games, because I love playing the old homebrew games. I like playing old style retro hardware stuff, and to see all of them get produced at once like that is so cool. So I know that this game jam isn't just retro homebrew. It's like inspired, but it'll still be fun. And I'm sure there'll be at least a few that are actual Game Boy hardware, given the sake of ease. Yo, Goose Master's here. Thanks for joining, Goose. I want to try top down again in GB Studio soon. I've been working on this platformer for too long. Yeah, you know, I actually haven't sat down with platformers yet, but surprising news, I actually just had a conversation with a NES dev who's crossing over, so to speak, to GB Studio, and he asked me to do the art for him on a platforming GB Studio game. So that'll be cool. I'm gonna learn some of that, but he's gonna be doing the programming, so I'll be able to focus on the art. And it sounds like we're gonna split the audio, which should be fun. I'm getting much better at Game Boy audio, so I don't think I'll be useless in that. And then the sound effects, I think I'm pretty good at making sound effects, to be honest. I just like making them. But yeah, that should be fun. The theme and stuff isn't totally figured out for that game yet. So and I just found out about it like just today. Got the position offered to me, so I'm super excited for it though. I'm like, yeah, it's actually like perfect timing for me because I'm like not that busy with other stuff. So, and like I don't know when we're actually gonna start that, but it sounds like it might still be a little bit before things are moving. But yeah, very excited. This is the one I'm looking for. Yeah, and then this NES developer, his name is Johnny Manjuro. He's actually worked with Broke Studio recently, so it'll be there is a chance that this game could get published by Broke Studio. Just had a scalding hot macaroni fall off the fork and onto me. That sounds terrible. I hope you don't have any like second-degree burns there. I hope your skin's not melting off. That sounds terrible. I guess it depends on where it fell, you know? Like if it landed on your face, that would suck. If it got like right in your eye, just macaroni just like in the eye. Nice. Yeah. I'm a big fan of macaroni, but I recently found out that I cannot eat gluten, so now I'm a big fan of rice macaroni. Hey, Cryptic's here. I mean, I know you're here, but you're still awake? I thought you were sleeping, Cryptic. What, did I wake you? Yeah. I eat so much macaroni that for a while there I was thinking about buying it in bulk. Like buy the cheese separate maybe, I was thinking. I was worried though. I didn't go through with it because I was worried that I would get like a whole bunch of nasty powdered cheese. And I'd have to eat it or throw it away. And I don't like throwing shit away, so I'd probably eat it. But yeah, I'm glad I didn't buy the macaroni in bulk because I'm not supposed to eat it. I didn't know that at the time. Alright, so I at least have one island. We can turn off the tiles. The waves are spaced out. They'll be able to tile swap now. We'll save this. We'll save it as an Aseprite file, because I managed to not do that last time. we'll call it world map because it's no longer a placeholder. It's now becoming the actual world map. Rice-a-roni. There you go. Yeah, rice is typically gluten-free, but sometimes it gets processed with wheat, so you have to make sure that it's gluten-free rice. It's easier to find gluten-free rice than well, I guess it's not too hard to find. Also, welcome Cryptic. Just woke up to head into work. Right on, right on. Well, I hope you have a great day at work. Yeah, your sleep schedule is like the opposite of mine. Well, not even. I'm still wide awake. I haven't even thought of sleep yet. In fact, I've only had one meal yet today, so I woke up at like 1, so that's actually almost normal for me. Alright, so I saved it. Let's export it. Alright, so now it looks a little bit better, so I might as well draw some collisions here. Oh, of course, that thing's in the way. Have you tried the tile set mode in Aseprite? Yeah, actually, that's how I started the placeholder drawing. But I was a little disappointed because I was hoping that it would do, what do they call that, where it's dynamic and it kind of like draws in the stuff, and I was like, well, wait a second, what's the point? Oh, I missed a tile there. There's 2 tiles there. Because I know tiled can do that, and I've been trying to learn tiled in my spare time. In fact, for this next project, it might be a good idea for me to pick that up and really delve into it, because that would make my job a lot easier. For something like this, it's a game jam, so I'm not too worried about it even getting finished. But yeah, I really wish that it had that like right off the bat, because like Unity can do that, and Unity's not pixel art. Unity's not a pixel art tool, but it can do that, so I mean, it can't be that hard. Tiled can do it, right? So it is still useful. It is still useful. Yeah. I feel like I was kind of just using selections, and then like how I'm doing it here with the tiles like set off to the side on its own layer. I'll just take what I need and drag it to its own thing and keep it in a grid, and then what the marquee, you just double click and that's pretty freaking useful for Game Boy tiles, at least. Of course, if you were doing different tile sizes and stuff like that, I could see how that would get cumbersome, switching the grid size every time you want to select something. But mostly you would work in, you know, powers of 4, so you'd just be, you know, selecting 4 times as much as you want, or click 4 times to get that, you know. I don't know, you know what I'm saying. Anyways, back to drawing islands here. Yeah, understandable. Oop, clicking that thing again. Yeah, no, I really like GB Studio though. I every once in a while I'll complain or have a gripe, but it's like, it's just because I like it so much that I want it to be like perfect, you know what I mean? And it's great that it's getting updated so quickly. Like this game is the first time I've played with it in this 4.13 or whatever it is. Like, you can delete things, you can select more than one thing to delete it. Like, holy cow, that's huge. I haven't delved into prefabs yet, but that'll be interesting. I don't know if this game really needs prefabs, but Source Hack needs prefabs, my other game. Yeah, source hack is so weird. There's like one point where like you've beaten everything else, all of a sudden it takes you to like a Zelda land. It's like a sci-fi cyberpunk game, and then all of a sudden you're in like Zelda world. But my whole plan with source hack from the beginning was to mix magic and hacking, kind of like Shadowrun. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Shadowrun. Yeah, understandable. You can hide the triggers with the eye pixel, or the eye icon. Yeah, I get that totally. I just forget that it's like there. You know, it's one of those things. It's like you have the brick selected. Why would I want to do that? You know what I mean? But yeah, if you really don't want it, you can get rid of it. Makes sense. I guess if you want to quickly switch tools, that's a quick way to do it. But I always end up accidentally selecting it. Like another thing is when you have triggers stacked on top of each other, that's confusing. Like you gotta like move it around and put it back, or when this thing is like has to be on top of another thing, and then you gotta like put them all back into place. You know what I'm talking about? Shadowrun game or TTRPG? Yes, Shadowrun is both video game and TTRPG. But yeah, so in Shadowrun you had like shaman, basically, right? They were your like witch doctors. They could do magic and stuff. They had like spirit control and stuff. They were spiritual beings. And then you had like orcs, which are kind of fantasy, right? And then you also had elves, I think. And then regular dudes. But there could be like cyborg dudes too, right? Like part machine. I don't know. I never actually played the TTRPG, but I watched some people play it on was that Roleplay, which was actually pretty fun to watch. Also, you can draw wall lines with shift click, save lots of time. So are we talking wall lines with this? Oh, look at that. I did not know that. Is that a new feature, or has that always been there? Is that a returning feature? Because I didn't know that. That would save quite a bit of time. But I don't think I'm gonna go sit here and do all of this, considering not all of it is even drawn yet. I'll probably change things and have to go back and all that jazz. So, but this is enough to get started with. It's starting to feel like a game. But that is a great tip. I appreciate that. Yeah, feel free to shout out any more tips you have, because I am still learning. I've only been doing this GB Studio stuff for a year. Let's get that up here. Demon fish dead ahead. I think it's been there a while. I discovered it this year though. Right on, right on. New expedition. Oh yeah, that looks better. The waves still aren't animated yet, so let's do that. Alright, so what I usually do for that is, well, I might as well just grab it from my other game, right? Where'd that go? GB Studio projects. Oh, I didn't read this. You said prefabs look super useful, but you're stuck in 3.1. I didn't realize that you were stuck. I mean, I could see how that could happen, but I'm sure each scenario is kind of different. I imagine it has something to do with using plugins. I feel like that's a common issue. Cause yeah, I was using this tile swap plugin, and I kind of stopped using it because it seemed to break after like so many things. So I just went back to using the good old GBVM. So yeah, here I've got this background swap. I'm just gonna copy this event. I love how you can copy and paste events between projects. I think that's fantastic. So what we need to do here is find where I need to use that. So it's over here. I've actually already got a game manager, overworld manager here, so we'll just put it there. I think that should work. We'll put it at the front. I mean, maybe it might need its own, but I mean, it's gonna have to run alongside this anyways, so I don't know, we'll test it out and see how it works. So here, this is a little bit different than what I was doing before. Here we need to reference a variable, and here it says enemy type 2 because that's the variable number that I was using before. But what I'm gonna do is make a new variable here. So we'll go to 25 and we'll call it loop, yeah, loop index. I think that's what it needs to be. And here we'll go loop index as well. Oh, is there 2 loop indexes? Did I already make a loop index? Well, that's gonna make an issue for me. Oh yeah, I already did. So you know, I'm gonna use the first one and delete the old one. And use the first one, yeah. Alright, and here again, loop index. Oh, tile swap and platformer plus. So tell me about platformer plus, Bard Pixel. Does that allow for double jumping? Chat canceled, chair army go. Interesting. I didn't know about the chair army. It does, okay. But it's not updated. Is that the problem then? And you probably then wouldn't be able to do double jumping with the newest version. Because prefabs seem like they would come in handy for enemies for sure. But otherwise you just copy and paste everything. It's just like when you update something, then you gotta go through and copy and paste it on every single spot where it needs to be updated. And it takes a second to load the bigger the project is. Double jump, dash, wall jump, slide. Wow, that actually sounds awesome. It's not compatible with slopes. I see. Well, that's interesting. This game that I might be working on didn't look like they were going to have slopes because the NES or a NES Maker didn't have slopes. So it also has solid actors for moving platforms. Oh wow, that's really awesome. Yeah, I could see that making quite a bit of difference. Do you think that they're gonna make a update to that plugin for the new versions of GB Studio? Because that would be a game changer. You hope so? Yeah, me too. Yeah, I haven't gotten into that side of it, like making plugins or ejecting the engine or anything like that. I'm more of an artist than I am a programmer, especially when it comes to like old school hardware stuff. I've been programming in C# for a long time now, but that's vastly different than what we're talking about. But I mean, someone's got to be able to do it, right? I guess if it's a free plugin, there's not a whole lot to gain except clout. but it'd probably be worth paying for something like that too. I do love the free nature of Game Boy Studio and everything in its community so far. So, do we have that reference? No, we don't. So, I need to make a tile swap background sheet thing. Alright, so I'll just make a new one. If this was a bigger project, then I might try to fit it into the tile sheet that I'm already using, but it's like, what's the difference? Alright, so the index is up here, gonna be 0 and 1. And then we got water. Paste. Then we'll paste it again, except the opposite. Yeah, so the first piece of water will go to this, to that, to that, to that, and loop, and then the second piece of water. Oh, I've got one too many. How did that happen? Get out of here. Yeah, so it'll loop this one, and then it'll loop this one. So loop, 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 loop. Right? I don't know, you'll see what I mean. I'm gonna save it. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, it should be alright like this. Save it. I'll make an Aseprite file too. We'll call it anim tile swap, because all the other ones are static, so this will be animated. BG for background. Alright, so now we're going to use this number here, 96, which is this first piece of water, and we're going to loop the index. So I might actually need 2 indexes. Well, we'll call this one loop index 1. But yeah, because this is telling loop index to, well, I gotta tell it to be something. So we'll copy this one, we'll paste it, we'll put it here, and we'll say loop index equals 0, and then we'll add a value, and then if loop index equals 2, no, 1, go back to 0. All right, so that should move the one tile. Let's see how it does. Oh wait, I didn't reference it, damn it. Cancel. No, it beat me to it. Anyways, so yeah, I need to put in a new scene. We'll just throw it here for now. We'll call it anim tile swap. Sequel Jesus says, howdy Rick, how you doing, Sequel? Good to see you. Yeah, we're making Demon Fish Dead Ahead. It's a JRPG a fishing themed JRPG that's spooky, a spooky fishing JRPG. That's what it is. For GB Jam. and it's on a deadline. There's only so many days left. I can't remember how many, but it's going well. It's going swimmingly. All right, so I need to add that scene to this. That's where I'm at. So I've got this folder. We'll open a new folder. What do we got? Images, Aseprites, non-RSP, GB Studio, backgrounds, fishing game. Didn't I export it? I thought I exported it. I don't think I did. Where am I exporting it? Am I exporting it straight to this? I didn't look. Oh, I did. I exported it straight to that. Well, we'll copy it. Working backwards. Alright, so it's already here. We'll just throw that in there. We'll get rid of this. Change that to logo. Not that it matters, but now we need to reference that background. All right, anim tile swap, tile set. So what we'll do here is we'll grab this and paste that. Oh. All right, so now, hopefully, fingers crossed, it should work. Yo, love to see the game shape up. Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate you dropping in and checking on it. It's always fun to talk to other GB devs. I'm still super excited to get your podcast out. I still haven't recorded anything else for it. I've been doing this, but that's the plan. Right after this is done, I'm gonna get that podcast out, and I might start reaching out to try to find some more people to interview. So I see Bard Pixel is in the chat. That might be someone who would be a fun interview. I don't know how you feel about podcasts, but yeah, I mean, it's, you know, English, obviously. I'm not sure if that's your native language or but I would totally love to interview you, Bard. I know you got a whole lot of stuff going on, so we might have to make it work on a schedule or something if you're interested, but either way, that would be fun. But yeah, I kind of want to ask Johnny Manjuro as well, since he reached out to me over dev related work. It's always nice to have networks on the show. A streamer I'm on is on, so I'll catch you later. Game's looking clean. Sorry I didn't read that earlier, Cryptic, but thank you so much for chilling, and yeah, have fun modding that stream. Sequel Jesus. Oh, okay, I know who you are. I've seen your work. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, Sequel Jesus has been working on Meadow Meadow GB for Game Boy, and it's a lot of fun. I gave it a pretty big playthrough. I mean, I didn't play it all the way through, but I played pretty far. I spent quite a few hours on that, actually. I was just playing it again recently. It's a very fun game. Very fun game. It's a lot like Stardew Valley, but for Game Boy, and with no day-night cycle, which is a relief, actually, because you can go at your own time. you could set the thing down and come back to it, and you won't be punished. And I think that's great. All right, so let's see if that water is moving, because that's what I was trying to see. It should only be half the tiles, but it should be in like a pattern. And hopefully I should be able to use loop index 2 once I make it to loop the other tiles, so that way they go in a pattern. I've done this before with the tile swapping plugin, but yeah. So sometimes this happens where I hit the button and it says that it loaded, but it didn't. What happened? Oh, is it giving me warnings? Build canceled? What happened? Oh, alright, so I screwed something up. Referenced by Actor 727 module updates. So Overworld Manager 1. So var loop index is not being identified. So I think I forgot to do something else. I think I need to do that as well. Let's try this. English is not my native language. I know English, but I haven't talked since last year, so I'm super rusty. That's understandable. And I don't think that would disqualify you from the podcast either. I've done podcasts before with people who don't speak English as their native language, and they were able to manage it. But of course, that's a personal thing, so it would totally be up to you. But yeah, I totally understand, because obviously I'm not bilingual, and that must be very difficult to do. So yeah, I'm still not doing something right here. Oh, it's because I called it loop index 1. So let's try putting a 1 at the end of that. That's why I want to go back to streaming so bad. I really need to practice my English. That would be a, oh, it's still getting this thing here. Maybe it needs a space. Oh, it needs an underscore. Let's try it again. Yeah, honestly, for me, that's kind of why I started podcasting, and I mean, not to learn English, obviously, but to get better at public speaking and just communicating in general. You know, get better at networking. Oh, it seems to be working now, so that's good. And all that stuff, you know, all the things that go with constant communication. It looks like it's not moving though, so that's not good. And this trigger seems to be slower than it was before, which is interesting. Alright, so that didn't work. First up is third. I think it's this one here. So what's that spike? I kind of want to fix that. Where would that be? Up here somewhere? No, it's enemy names. Third up is Ely. Third up is Big Eye. First up is third. I actually wrote it like that. So, yeah. Third. I think I just copy and pasted it over Spike. I think that's what happened here. Okay, I fixed that. Alright, I'm gonna try to fix the index loop thing. I'm gonna make a new actor and see if maybe that'll fix it. Transparent. Yeah, that's interesting, Bard. What kind of indie games do you do outside of Game Boy stuff? Do you do like any other like engines? Like I use Unity a lot. I know a lot of people are using Godot these days. Oh, or that's what you're gonna stream. I got you. That makes more sense. But yeah, pixel art is awesome. There's so many good pixel artists out there streaming. And then obviously game dev stuff that's still kind of emerging, believe it or not. I mean, I don't know if you guys know Pirate Software, but he was kind of not the first game dev streamer, but he was the first one to just continuously do it all the time and get really big that way. And now he's like massive. He's like an unstoppable force. And that's kind of inspiring. But what's really cool about that is that he's like using his forces for good kind of thing, it seems like. So obviously we'll have to see how that goes, but it seems like he's doing it right. But just now we're seeing a bunch of younger people saying like, oh wow, this person made a career out of that, so I can do it too, kind of thing. So we're seeing a lot more developers kind of come out of the woodwork because of this one streamer who made it his career, and that's really actually pretty cool. I've heard of him. I didn't know he was a pioneer of the genre. Yeah, it's not like he like pioneered the genre, but he was one of the first devs that like made it his career to stream. I don't know, maybe not the first, but his whole studio is kind of hinged on that, and that's like his job. His job isn't to make games. I mean, he does make games, but his job is to be a streamer essentially. And he's big, man. He's so big that he made a channel for his ferrets, and the ferrets bring in so much money that they're building the world's largest ferret reserve with the proceeds of the stream, just from the ad revenue, not even from subs or anything like that, just from ad revenue on the ferret stream. So that's crazy. GB Studio is the only game dev software I know how to use. Respect for Lock-In and GB Studio. Yeah, hey, what's up, Just Wall Games? How you doing? Yeah, no, we're having a little bit of a dev conversation here. We got a little bit of a dev group going. So I don't know if Sequel or Bard, if you know Just Wall, he's responsible for this game called Terrain. Well, him and his buddy, Albatross, or Wirehead Albatross. Yeah, they made Terrain together, and that's fantastic. They're also working on A Hunter's Path, which is cool. And also, Just Wall was on the podcast, so very cool. So Sequel and Just Wall, you've both been on the podcast. And I know Sequel reached out to me. Just Wall, I don't know if you noticed, but I put a post in the podcast Discord server about trying to get like a round table session going with like 5 or 6 devs talking at once, loudly and opinionated. And I think that would be fun for people, you know, because there's always this discourse on Twitter about like, when is a game done, you know, things like that. I love that stuff because you can take it any direction. Like, when is a game done? You know, let's ask Star Wars Outlaws devs when a game is done, right? or Concord, we'll ask them when a game is done. Or we'll ask an indie when a game is done. What about a game jam? When is a game jam game done? Is a game jam game a game? What about Goat Simulator? Right? Are AAA games equal to game jam games? Because that's kind of what I'm thinking. I need to do a jam again. You should do a jam again. They're fun. It's not about making a game. It's about the friends we make along the way. Absolutely. Well said. Well said, Sequel. Yep, it's all about the connections, right? Connecting with the players as well as the development team, connecting with yourself, connecting with elders, right? I don't know about you guys, but when I first started to take development more seriously, I started to reach out to the people who made the games that I played when I was a kid, and some of them actually responded. And how cool is that, right? Like one of the devs who worked on Forsaken, I talked to him. That was pretty cool. We're actually still friends. I was trying to get him on the podcast, but sounded like he's got a lot of work on his plate. Or yeah, it sounded like he's struggling to get work, so he doesn't have a lot of time to get or to interview on the podcast. So that's kind of sad that someone who was like a veteran and worked on a game that like so many people played, and you know, obviously AAA at the time, it was ported to multiple systems, that he's having trouble finding work these days. So but you know, it's all who you know. It's sadly all who you know, and I'm learning that more and more the longer I stick with the industry. It's sad, but it's all about networking. That's why this indie stuff is so damn important. Because I mean, the AAA people, they got this net. It's like a safety net. So whenever they lose a job, they go out to their net. They reach out to their net, and hopefully someone can, you know, catch them. Or sometimes they go through, you know. A lot of times AAA can put a sour taste in a dev's mouth, and they leave dev forever, you know. Let's face it, a lot of times when people chase the AAA dream, they're sometimes chasing the money, or chasing something that isn't there, right? Like, let's say you love Blizzard or something like that, you know, one of these big companies, Bethesda, something big, and they finally hire you. Well, unfortunately, you're gonna realize that your dream job sucks because these big studios treat their people like shit. So, and then the saddest part is that they go out of their way to find super fans to abuse. So they hire people who express like super fanisms, right? Like, oh my god, I love your game, I'd do anything to work for you guys. They take that into consideration, because you're not going to complain when you're forced to work a whole bunch of overtime or something like that, or when the game gets canceled or whatever. Sorry, I'm going on a tangent here. All right, so let's try it here. We connected it with 9.5 bank tile swap, BG tile set by anim tile swap, BG tile set var loop index _1. I didn't make any changes except moved it to the new actor, so I don't know if that's going to actually affect anything here. Just have to keep creating. Yep, absolutely. Sad state of the industry. Yeah, it's not fun like indie. It's HR stuff and workplace politics. No thanks. I'll make pixels move and make no money. Well, you know, hopefully you're making more than none. But you know, as far as work goes, I think it's a great idea to like find contract work on the side. I know a lot of devs will be like, they get weird about that. So there's no water movement, unfortunately. Like, there's just this weird vibe sometimes where it's like, oh, you're not a full-time indie? Oh, I remember when I was a hobbyist. You know what I mean? It's like, by the way, my other part-time job is in games, so like, what does that make me, a dual hobbyist in games? But it's just one of those things. People who are full-time indie, they're like, oh yeah, no, I'm a professional. You're not full-time, you're a hobbyist. It's like, that's bullshit is what it is, because the second that things go slow, you find a second job. That's how that works. Unless you got some backup support plan or something. There's nothing wrong with working 2 jobs. There's nothing wrong with doing something that's not development or even tech related on the side, you know. It makes perfect sense as an indie to have supplemental income. Indie scene is getting too professional. It's all about hobbyist scene. Nice. Well, you could always jump into a new engine and then it's like starting over. Unless it's GB Studio, then it's like a fresh pair of underwear. No, that was what Garth said on Wayne's World. So I don't know why this isn't working. Usually I'm able to get it to work. Instead of using a VM push to store the value, VR loop offset directly accesses the values stored in corresponding global variables. So and this is 9.5. Maybe I need to go 2. Maybe it's only looping on one thing. I don't know. Hey, Kixie's chilling. How you doing, Kixie? Thanks for popping in. We're having a little bit of dev talk here. It got a little heavy. We're talking about the state of the industry. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Yep, absolutely doing good. My sleep schedule is a little messed up, but that's nothing really new. How are you doing, Kixie? Pretty good, just tired. Right on. I'm psyched that you dropped in. Everyone in chat, if you don't know Kixie, she's a VTuber and she does indie games. She streams them all the time. She's fantastic. She also has been doing some testing for me, and she's really great at that as well. So big shout out to Kixie. Yeah, I didn't get the water to move, unfortunately. I don't know why. It's at 9.5. We got this going on update, background swap. Do that. Chucks, thanks. No, thank you for dropping in, and thank you for supporting indies, because that's huge. Without the support, the indie scene would be nothing, and unfortunately games would evaporate because the indie scene is pumping blood into the industry right now. The industry's on life support, and the indie scene and people like you, Kixie, are the only thing that's keeping it going. So maybe I did something wrong. I'm gonna go back to the other game and see what it says here. Tile set. Loop index. And this one's set to 0 because it's just replacing that one. Yeah, that's really weird. Yeah, Kixie plays indie games. I don't think I've seen her even get down on AAA games, really. I mean, I'm sure she might, but who doesn't play a AAA game from time to time? But yeah, she's always playing indie. You know what else is cool about Kixie's stream is that a lot of times when she starts out, she does some Steam shopping. Like she'll do like window shopping and like look at trailers and chat about what she likes about games and stuff like that. It's super awesome to watch that, because like as a developer sometimes we're wondering like, well, what would a player think of this game, you know, because as a developer we kind of have our own ideas of what we're thinking, and after a while it's hard to remember what it would be like to have fresh eyes and not be a developer looking at games like that. So for people like Kixie to show what it's like for them to you know, share what they're interested in, essentially, I think that's great. It's fantastic. Most common genre is probably roguelites. That makes sense. I've seen a lot of roguelites on Kixie's stream. You were playing Peglin for a while there. That's a good one. I'm trying to remember. You were playing the Cavern of Dreams, right? I think that's what that one was called, with the Spyro looking dragon. The N64 Spyro game, basically. That was pretty cool. Yo, I don't know how to fix this. I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know how to fix it. Variable. Loop index 1. I think I need to get rid of this. I think it was, I'm guessing that it was telling it to go to 0. I don't know what it was doing. Well, we're trying different things. Thank you so much. Oh my god, now I'm blushing. I'm so happy that you like what I do. Yeah, Kixie. No, what you do is fantastic, and you do it so well too. Like I know you had some time to practice and stuff, because I remember you had your VTube model set up before you had your stream fully set up. But when you hit that stream button, you hit the ground running, Kixie. You had everything in order, everything organized. You had all of your alerts and your commands all set up, and it's like you knew exactly what you were doing. Oh, the water moved. Did you see it? Did you see the water move? It moved. So it moved. It moved once. It will move again. So we're getting places. I don't know what I did. What did I do? Oh, I removed that 0 that was there. Alright, so... Oh, this is supposed to be a 1. Try it again. You didn't see it. Well, so watch it here. You'll see that it's every single one, and then there'll be a black one, or there was a black one before. We'll see what it does this time. I'm glad it looks that way, she says. Oh, Kixie, no, you do a fantastic job. And I think that's kind of the nature of streaming, is to make it look that way, even when it's not. It's like when I was in a band, sometimes people make mistakes and you just keep playing and no one in the crowd notices. the band notices. There might, and it, you know, sometimes there might be some dirty looks darted across between band members, but you just keep playing and no one notices that a mistake was made. And that's kind of the way streaming is. And hopefully the mistake wasn't too bad. Oh, you use GBVM. I'm too scared to even try it. Yeah, you know, I started with GBVM actually. Sequel Jesus was surprised about that too when we talked about it. But yeah, the first thing I did when I picked up GB Studio was said I want to make the background tiles swap, because moving only sprites just seems so limited at the time. All right, so why? Oh, I gotta go to the top. So I broke it apparently. It did move. I swear it moved. All right, so I need to make this run when it's off screen. Players that prefer indies are not that common. I love indie games. Noisha, Ness. I don't know how to pronounce that one. Nessus, The Long Drive. So many good ones. Oh, I've had Noisha on my wish list for a bit now. Oh, I need to get me a mod. Kixie, you want to be a mod? Here, I'll leave that one for you. Thanks, Kixie. Yeah. So, what's going on here? Then you can have your magical transformation. Now you have a sword. Nice banning. I played Core Keeper 1.0 again. So good. Soundtrack is fire. So I was gonna bring that up actually, because you brought up Necess. I think that's how you pronounce it. And Core Keeper is like so much like Necess to me that I'm hesitating buying it. I mean, it's not like I won't buy it. I'm just, do I really need that in my life right now? Because Necess was enough to get me like, oh shit, I just spent way more hours than I expected in this game. And see, the thing was with Necess, I was actually going to play it with a friend. He's like, oh, I've been playing a lot of this game online, you should buy it and we'll play online together. So I bought it because it was cheap, and then I never played it online with the friend. So I was like, all right, well, I have this game, I'm going to check it out. And then I fell into it, you know what I mean? But my friend was already onto something else at that point. So yeah, I'm wondering if Core Keeper is going to be the same way, where it's just like super addictive for me and I don't do anything else, which now is not really a good time for that type of game for me right now. Necess is on your wish list too. So many cool games. Yeah, Necess was like really cheap. I think it was like $2.50 or $5 or something like that. So on sale. So like it'll probably go on sale again. You know how those games are. They are very similar. I favor Necess over Core Keeper, but I love Core Keeper also. Same with Kepler. I don't know these ones, but I know that you're really into the survival games, Just Well. I mean, I am too, but I know that that's like your thing. Another good game. Cool. So it's weird that I had it move once, but now I can't get it to move again. So I think this needs to be 2. I think that's where the issue is. That's how I program sometimes, is I change one number and then I try it again, and then I change one number and I try it again, and eventually it works. I don't know, it's crazy. Bard says, I love survival games. Just Well says, I geek out on all the games. That's pretty good. But survival crafting is crack to me. Same with automation games. Satisfactory 1.0 is good. I don't remember Satisfactory. Is that the 3D one? Because I think I was watching Fizzy Serb play that one. I think that's Satisfactory. The one with like the tubes everywhere. 3D, yeah, okay, yeah. I was watching this other streamer play it, Fizzy Serb. Kixie introduced me to Fizzy Serb. Factorio is classic. Yeah, so I haven't bought Factorio yet. I thought about it numerous times, and I looked at it and I was like, I want to play this game, and then I do the same thing as like, wait, how much time do I want to spend sinking into this game? And then I watch other people play it online, and I'm like, you know what? That was enough for me. I mean, it looks like a great game. I don't want to lose that time. And maybe one day that genre will become more streamlined or something, or I'll have the time and I'll pick it up. That's how it goes for me sometimes. I'm gonna make it the cool color again. There's so many cool colors that come with this little emulator. Like, look at that. That looks awesome. It's like Freddy Krueger or something. This one, that looks cool, at least on the screen. It doesn't look as cool in the game. The pastel ones are cute too. This one looks pretty cool. Or this one, I want to see what this looks like in the game. It's so alien. And oh shit, the water is moving. Look at that water go. The water is going. So this looks pretty cool with the blue and the green. I like that. Look at that water. Very exciting. There is movement. Did you see how quick that was moving? It's because in where's the other game? In Source Hack, it was the TV. It was the TV. I'll play this one real quick. Oh, this one takes a second to build. I forgot about that. It's a little bit bigger of a game. So let me show you Source Hacks since you're here, Bard. Check this out. This is Source Hack. So this map size is apparently the biggest scene that GB Studio can handle, and then I've got a duplicate here for the rooftops. I've got like another like Zelda-like world that I'm kind of fleshing out here, and then got a couple larger levels here. This is like a medium level. A bunch of cool stuff. This is a building that I just made with a mini game where you deliver packages. Yeah, but it's funny because the game starts in these little zones where it's like, how big is that scene? That's a good question. Let's find out. Oh, that's not the way. This is the way. I was hoping that it said it on the file itself, but it doesn't. So let's open it up. We'll take a look at the canvas size here. It is 1016 by 1024. This is what GB Studio Central said was the largest that it could handle. So I was like, I wonder what that would be like to make. And it's funny because the game only uses like this section here, like where my cursor is. But all of the rest of this has been made. It took me nearly, or like pretty much a year to finish all of this, because I wasn't doing just this. It was like a meditative exercise to just go through and move some tiles around. But yeah, I think there's exactly 192. Or either it's like really close. It's pretty big. That's nuts. This is all one game. Yeah, this Source Hack is all one game. Let's see if it loaded. Oh no, it looks like it's still building. Yeah, still building. So yeah, it's one game. It's got these 8 levels here, and then it shifts to like a open world type thing. That's like an open world on rails kind of thing. It looks like an open world, but you're sectioned off and kind of corralled, so that way it's not like a big maze, because that's what I was afraid of, is that it would just, if you just like we're like, hey, go look for the next place to go, so you get lost for like 2 hours before you find anything. Like, so yeah, I'd be like unlocking parts of the city, and you know, if I zoom in, if it'll let me. So you can see here, I mean, you can't see the art, but these triggers are building entrances. This is actually a sewer entrance. That's where the other entrance of the sewer. So the game starts here. This trigger is a dialogue. You go into this building, and that's your apartment. Eventually you beat those 8 levels, and you come out of your apartment here, and there's another level inside here, in between here. And then there's another level here, back here, you go through there. And then inside this building, there's another level on to the side. This building has a level, and this building has a level, and this building has a level, and this building has a minigame. Oh, and some of these sprites are either cars that are obstacles, or enemies that spawn and make like a, almost like an action RPG fighting game kind of thing, or like a beat 'em up almost. Damn, that's impressive. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's one of those things where I just been kind of dumping my time into whenever I'm feeling like not doing anything else, you know, like, because I do dev work, and then I do retro spaceball work, and then I'll be like burnt out and just wanting to do something else, not Unity. And GB Studio is pretty far from Unity, but it's also kind of similar in ways too, you know, like I in my head, these events are modules. That's what they are. They're modules, you know. It's just like in Unity, where certain modules are like there to use, you know. This is taking forever to build. I think this is the first time that I built it in this engine, or in this version of the engine. I think that's why it's happening like this. I forgot that would happen. But we're now on to scripts. It looked like there's 99 scenes. That's a lot of scenes. Alright, so to get this thing to slow down, there's a way to do that. Actually, it's in Source Hack. Let me go back to that game. Oh, that's not what I want. Where? This. But within Source Hack, of course, these levels have a different. They have a slower way of changing the background. I think it's actually happening on the initialization using a trigger. Man, that's so slow. Laugh out loud, cache got perched. Yeah. Look at the size of that cache. But as long as this takes, man, it's so much quicker than fucking Unity. Like, you get a big old 3D game going on Unity that needs a new cache, and you'll be there all night. Overnight. I think I was letting one cache build for like fucking 16 hours or something like that, 12 hours or something. It was crazy. I thought it would be done in the morning, you know, like do it, like I started at like 10 o'clock at night or something like that. Went to bed, woke up, and it was still going. I wake up late, it was still going. That's relative, yeah. Well, it's crazy, you know, because this was for work. It was like, jeez, you know. I mean, luckily I have, you know, a Steam Deck, so I could play games and still do stuff while it was building. Because I'm not gonna clock those hours. That's a good way to lose a job. You know what I mean? But yeah, well, you know, when you're indie, sometimes you gotta do that stuff. Yeah, baking lights, that can be hell too in Unity. It's like 2 or 3 hours for some of the levels to bake. And that's partially because my computer is what, 1660 Ti graphics card. So it's nothing crazy awesome. Look at this. 390 through 400. We're counting triggers now. Coming close to 500 triggers here. Since there's 99 scenes and you can have what, like 30 triggers per scene or something. I don't know. I guess it depends how big the scene is. Oh, 600 triggers. I'm actually waiting for this script to load. You can see I'm using the tile swap one. Oh, we're at 700, 800. Oh no, we're done with triggers. We're packing data. We're linking. Things are moving forward. It's exciting, Cryptic. Only 800 triggers, yep. It's building. It says so at the bottom. It's just out of view. Oh, here it is. All right. Introducing Source Hack, a game that has music, so I can turn that down. Yeah. So that's why the water was moving so fast, is because I was using the script that I wrote for the television fuzz. It's just like water. So let's get some cooler pictures, some cooler colors here. I don't know which one I like to use. It's hard to tell when there's not a sprite on the screen. One of them has like, I think it's this one, has orange sprites and like brownish background. It looks really cool with this game. The year is 2577. There is no memory of a time before the stagnation. Sorry, I didn't read the very beginning, but it's just one of those things. Yeah, so this I like this one because it has the orange sprites and the brown and blue background. So we're gonna have to let you and the others go. If you could never come back, that'd be great. Okay, thanks. Hey, get out of the way. I'm trying to drive here. Yo, down here. At the end of the hall, neighbor. Hey neighbor across the way. You finally wanted to hang with me. And I'm working maintenance for the landlord until 8. One of these days when both of us are free, we really ought to get some beers and kick it. What? You see, you seem distracted. Am I talking too much? I'll shut up and you can walk away. But seriously, stop over whenever. Hey, you came back. I'm really glad too. Because I actually have a lot more to say. Just wasn't sure if you had time to hear it. I know that we're all busy, but hey, I'm on the clock. So if you hang out, it'd be like I'm not even working. If the landlord comes by though, we gotta be cool. Because my job, my rent is on the line. And good luck finding another apartment. What? You seem distracted. Am I talking too much? I'll shut up and you can walk away. So I thought it would be funny to have a long ass conversation for no reason whatsoever. Yeah, so there's an exercise ball. So you sit on the yoga ball. There's some weights. You pump some iron. Not a good time for sleep. Your aging diploma feels worthless. Full of doodles and scrawls. Use the computer or leave the computer. We're gonna use the computer. Alright, so first thing we're gonna do is hop on to Steam and wishlist retro spaceball. Then we're gonna head over to the sampler, and I forget how to use this, but what is it? Select button. So yeah, I made a sampler for the game. I don't think anyone's really noticed it. And it's kind of jank. But yeah, there's a recycling bin. Of course, if we wanted to, we could turn off the computer. Go back to the computer. Load up source hack. Warning. Do not use source hack in any nefarious way. We got our avatar selection, which is kind of janky right now. I have not finished it. But we got 2 pages of avatars right now. I'm working on a 3rd and 4th. And Kixie as her little robot number 5 as an avatar. So that's super cool. Oh, I made this little credits button too. And so yeah, game design, pixel art, audio programming, writing by Rick. Special thanks to Electric Mindset, Call Me Kixie, Paradigm TV, GB Studio, GB Studio Central. And special credit to original character design by Ichiko. Pixel art interpretation by Rick Oakland for Kixie. I love that so much. You make number 5 so cute. I'm glad you like it. So yeah, we're going to hit the boot button. You can skip the levels though, if you know how to delete the data. Yeah, so super simple level design. We got the tiling backgrounds. You pick up these little bits or whatever they are, key fragments, and then you unlock the door, and then you get hacked. So now we're being hacked. Press A button to shoot, so you can shoot while you're being hacked. Oh shit, I'm about to die. And I'm gonna change it. It says all that level up stuff, but I'm gonna get rid of that, I think, because it's just distracting and pointless. Oh shit, they're back. I survived being hacked. So yeah. And then, oh yeah, and I added a heads up display. I don't think all the levels have that yet though. Ah, that was a close one. Oh, I'm getting hacked again. So this is the same hack level. There's like 4 or 5 of them that I made, but I don't think they're all implemented yet. Get out of here, fireball. So yeah, the concept is pretty abstract here, but that's kind of what I was going for. That was the thought process I had. So what we'll do here is we'll end the simulation, which takes us back to the computer, right? So I'm gonna go to level skip, and I'm gonna go to this secret icon in the corner here and delete the app data. Head back out, and now I can go to any of these levels I want. I think it was level 8 was the last one. Yeah, so this one's where things start to get tough. But I made like a secret. Oh, I missed the secret. There's a secret in this level. Oh, and there's a bug in that level too. It restarts it after you die. Go, go. There it is, the secret. I found a secret. What? An invisible switch? Wouldn't you know? You don't have to dodge those spikes at all. So here, you meet your worst nightmare. Prepare to meet your doom, she says. You are being hacked. And now, there's so much going on that you can't even see your own projectiles, but that's okay, because you die anyways. You're supposed to die there. Expecting company? Now that was supposed to be a knock, but it's not very loud, so I need to go back and change that sound effect to make it louder, I think. We know you're in there, open up. And now we're locked in. No one can leave the building. Wait to be ID'd with the rest. Get back to your domicile now. You better get out of here. If anyone asks, you didn't get it from me, okay? Received roof access key. See if he's got anything in his... No, he doesn't. So yeah, I skipped a whole bunch of levels there to show you guys how the game starts to open up. But yeah, if I were to make the game again, I probably would have made less levels. But since they're already there, I think I'm gonna keep them. Meow. Yeah, that's actually my voice making the cat meow. Because there's another game that I was playing yesterday called Light Switch Crusader, where the cats bust you, and it says busted when the cats meow at you, and they make that sound. That exact sound effect, except I made it 8-bit. So I thought that was a cute little reference to my own game. Alright, so now I'm back in the overworld, and now I'm in the sewer. So, sewer is a little bit like a maze, but it's pretty easy. The hardest part is knowing which sewer to go into, and I can never remember. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. It's not that one. What about this one? There it is, that's the right one. Oh, that was the wrong one. Is it this one? No, that's where I came from. Okay. Oh, well, we got one of them. So maybe it was... Oh, it is this one. It tricks you though. It sends you over here, but there's only one way, so you go here, and then I think yeah, you go here. And there. Yeah, this one doesn't have the UI overlay yet either. I think that's almost all of them. I think I missed one or two. Yeah. Should be, yep, one there. And then one all the way back towards the beginning. This is actually a very similar game to Light Switch Crusader. Hey, I thought it would be there. Is it here? I already got that one. Alright, so maybe I got them all. Oh, oh. This is a good time to die when you've got them all. Alright, back to the overworld. Return to your domicile immediately. So if I go too far ahead, there's all these things stopping me, right? I can go into the building. You simply cannot be here. I demand that you leave immediately. Leave now or be forced out. You can't just walk into this place. Target in range, preparing to strike. Alright. Was the door just left open? Yeah, I think you should leave. Whoa. Are you new? Not enough hack skill. So yeah, the door is locked. Don't have enough hack skill. No one wants to talk to me. So I have to go here. Go here. The only work available is in the wastelands to your left. And there's an old naked guy out here. You must be just as dumb as me. They won't let us back in. Get back to work or you won't get fed. Zone 10 start. I like this music, but it also kind of creeps me out, and I made it, so that's like interesting to me that I made music that creeps me out. So again, this level's kind of a big maze, but it was so big that I decided that it needed to be smaller. Which happened on Light Switch Crusader also. So what I did was I cut off a whole bunch of things and made a bunch of dead ends that you can't really go into. Gotta watch out for these slimes. They're no joke. All it takes is one enemy and you gotta restart the whole level, so... Four out of 10. 5 out of 10. This beetle has ruined my day numerous times. Oh, and the snake too, that was close. Oh, that was close. Cutting it too close here. 7 out of 10. Oh, that scared me. Alright, there's one more piece of work that must be done. Oh shit. I fucking hit the bad guy. Anyways, that's that level. Things get even weirder after that. So what, that was level 10? So we'll skip to level 11. Under the computer is a mess, use the computer. So this is after we've completed all the work, we get a key to the back room. So there's two mini games here, Overloader and Packet Sniffer. So in this one, you have to kind of wait until they show their true form before you decide which to go for. Like the targets are what you want, but those X's will kill you, and then the tiles are nothing, so you can actually walk over those without any problem. But if you hit that one, it kills you. Connection terminated. And then Packet Sniffer is even weirder. Yeah, it's a little janky. I kind of want to go in there and fix that a little bit better. Time to nerd on some Dyson Sphere program. I shall be lurking. Enjoy the lurk, Just Wall. Oh, enjoy the Dyson Sphere program. Quit that. Pull out of here. Back out of here. Yeah, so that was level 11. Level 12 is interesting as well. Oh, delete the data. Oh, so this one we need to go into this computer. You have 2 hack skills, so now we have enough to unlock this computer. So this one has doors, but you need more hack skill. And then these ones don't do anything yet. So you gotta go to system and then network. These don't do anything yet, but this one does. So it's not like it's confusing or anything. Might be kind of secret for some people. And then there's like a whole point and click 3D adventure here with a checklist. And if you hit this button over here, you a tester or a cheater? I'm a cheat. Come back for the reward. Check the list. Now I've got all the rewards. Hack level increased to 3. So we'll... Oh, before we leave the list... Oh, we did leave the list. We'll go back. Look at the list. If you change the channel... We've got television fuzz again. This is a much better speed. I kind of want to steal this speed for the waves. Oh, I'm trying to click the exit. Alright, so we'll leave the list. We'll head back towards the door that we came from. Leave the network. Exit that. And we'll open the doors. Oh, docked it again. Yeah, there's a little bug there. I don't know what that was about. So we're closing the computer, backing out of here. And now this door is unlocked. And here we are I'm expecting a TPS report soon. I don't know if you guys know about TPS reports. The door is locked. Static from the door handle shocks you just a little. So this is all filled with Office Space references. There's an empty spot right over there. But how do I get there, lady? You look like a hard worker, so go on, get to work. I really have to use the toilet, but this jerk won't let me out. I'm so important. They gave me 2 computers. So yeah, the point of this is to actually go into these file cabinets and to check to see if they have a secret file. This is the secret shape is parallelogram. I hope you're taking notes because you need to remember all of this. It's a long walk. Oh, did I move the skip sandwich? I hit a skip sandwich in this level. Oh, here's the skip sandwich. Someone left the skip sandwich DX. And now I'm faster. You must be the new hire. Go ahead, log in using the secret password. Oh wait, first... This person here. No, no, yes! Go, go, woohoo! I finally got it. If you go around to the other side and talk to her, she tells you what game she's playing. So we'll access the computer. Luckily I've got the code memorized. And we'll unlock the door. We'll get another skip sandwich here, speed things up. I wanted to make you go faster, but I had trouble with the player traveling through the colliders when I made it go faster, so this was as fast as I could get it to go without going through the walls. Oh, I went right out the door. I want to talk to this. Oh, I'm in slow motion now. I want to talk to this woman to find out what game she's playing. Don't tell anyone. I'm actually playing a game. What game? It's Retro Spaceball. What? She's playing Retro Spaceball? At work? Crazy. Alright, so now we've got access to the computer. Got the dispatcher program. Area unlocked. Explore the city. I feel like I need to do something more there, but for now that works. Haha, wouldn't be me playing games at work. She's super cool. Alright, so now this car is moved. And I can... Oh shit, there's a bad guy. So this is a mini game kind of thing. It's kind of weird because the life is different, but it felt like it should be. I don't know if it still feels that way, but it did at the time. Also, I started with 3 enemies, and that was like really, really hard. So, I mean, you could still beat it, but it was like really hard. So now it's almost too easy. One more. There it is. Okay, so now there's two buildings that I can get to that I couldn't get to before. There's this building, which is new. And then there's this other building over here, which was previously blocked off. So the other room isn't finished. Actually, neither of these buildings are finished. This is kind of where the game starts to fall apart. Please don't bother me. Actually, I think it says it right here. This area is still under development, but feel free to look around. Please be quiet while you are here. So now I'm collecting the ingredients. These tiles aren't tile swapped yet. There appears to be a recipe, but it's so patinated, it's illegible. Seems it's been here a long time. Drops the items into the cauldron. The cauldron is bubbling. It seems the potion is finished. Glug, glug, glug. A strange feeling coils the fields around you. Instinctually, you close your eyes. Well, that was kind of buggy. Oh yeah, I was working on something here where you have to collect ingredients to advance. Because like right now it just like locks you. But I never did finish that, so you can't actually collect this ingredient. I wanted to do like... Oh, there's something there. Like an invisible sprite or something. I wanted to do like one of those like endless forest type things, but then you have to pick up the ingredients and then it opens up more squares. Cause that part is, where is it? Down here. There we go. We scroll all the way down here and then all the way over here. You can see that it's supposed to go to these things eventually, but I've got these here and yeah, they're not finished. So it sets the sprite to transparent, but it doesn't set the collisions to be off. So yeah, there's some issues here. There's no interact. So you can't even pick it up. So yeah, there's definitely some issues with that. One of those things that I started doing and then I didn't do. But what I had done previously was I made a fairy that drops a fairy key, and oh, and there's a sword that you can pick up. So you get a sword, you kill the fairy, you get the key, and then you can open the fairy cave. Bedtime for you. Thanks for sharing your work. See you soon. Thanks for hanging out, Barb. Awesome to see you, and yeah. Can't wait to see what you're up to next, and yeah, all the stuff. So thanks again. Yeah, so after you go into the fairy door, then you're into the fairy cave, which is also unfinished, and this leads nowhere, so it's a dead end. Oh, Sequel says he's heading out too. It was fun to hang out. Thanks for hanging out, Sequel. It is nearly break time for me also. Had to get a sip of water there. Alright, so I do want to find... Where was that script I wanted to yoink? This one. Here it is. Was on inits. Loop index equals that on update. Wait for a second. So all I need is this then. And that should slow down the one water. I wonder if we just copy this and paste it next to it, and then instead of using loop index 1, we'll use loop index 2, which needs to be created. Oh, let's get that music back. Thanks for being the mod now, Kixie. You're now the first mod I've ever had, so I really appreciate you with that. I didn't mean to steamroll you into the position. If it becomes too much, you can always, you know, let me know and I'll take it away from you. But I think you like the power. Yeah, so instead of that, we would just want that. And that, we want index 2. This one, index 2. Alright. This one as well, index 2. Alright, and then also we want to start at 2. No, 0, 1, 2. Yeah, so 2, and then this will be 5? Or is it 4? I think it's 5. Alright, so we'll try that. The flaming emote. Yeah, collecting the powers. Yes. It's a lot of responsibility being a mod. A lot of bots come to my channel. I don't have a an automatic banning bot. I need to get one. I need to work on my commands and all that stuff. You know, I was trying to go to bed last night or this morning, and I could not sleep because I had so many ideas. I just had to keep getting up and getting back to my notebook or my clipboard and writing down ideas I had for the stream, like, because I'm gonna overhaul the overlay, get SiriBot. Yeah, I've heard good things about SiriBot. To prevent hate raids and stuff like that, so that's cool. Definitely need that. But yeah, it's supposed to be the best. Yeah, let's see how this reacts now. Look at that, we got water. Okay, so it did the thing and then it broke the thing. So there's a couple things going on here. First of all, this should be a 4. And second of all, we need to change the coordinates so it's not 9,5. We want it to be 10,5. But now it should be fixed. Oh yes, ideas while trying to sleep can really make sleep hard. Like, luckily I didn't have work to wake up for or anything like that, so I just got up and went to the notebook and wrote down the ideas. But I was coming up with ideas for emotes and for overlays and for like all types of stuff. Of course it's gonna have to wait till after the game jam, but yeah, I'm really excited. I think I'm gonna like actually finally kick off my streaming. Like, because before when I did it, it was like, you know, oh, did I miss? We were talking about TEM? I'm just now reading that in chat. How did I miss that? But yeah. All right, let's see what it looks like now. it looped once and then it didn't loop again. So that's not good. Oh, maybe it shouldn't wait twice. Oh, and also this should be... Wait, yeah, that's right. Wait, this one's using loop index too, that's not right. Alright, so that should fix the issue. Yeah, but I never actually had ideas for emotes before, so that's kind of new for me. Like, I always kind of was like, what's the point of being an affiliate if you don't get a lot of people in your stream, right? And like, I guess I didn't join enough streams, and like I never subscribed to anyone, so I don't really know the advantages of that stuff, or like, you know, oh, look at the water, it's moving. It's moving a little fast, but it's moving. Uh-oh. What happened here? Zero demon fish, dead ahead. Oh, okay. First up is beardfish. Interesting. How much life does beardfish have? It takes 0 damage. You're up. It takes 7 damage. Interesting. Interesting. Takes 7 damage. What'll it be? This is strange. I've never seen this bug before. I've never had it to come up with 0. I didn't think that was possible. It should be dead already. These things only have 10 damage. Cast was dodged. Critical cast. That's another bug. It's like a ghost fish. It's not there, so it can't die. But it said that it was there. It thought that it was there, even though it wasn't there. A little bit confusing. Let's zoom out here. Put this over here. I'll put that there. Alright, so this thing... If enemy count is 1... Where does the enemy count get decided? Did that happen here? No. Huh. I'm not sure where the enemy count gets decided. I've forgotten, it seems. Is it this guy? Oh, I think it is. Oh. So I wanted to change... Goose and I were talking about changing this to be exclamation point fish. Instead of a question mark. I might change it back eventually, but it'll be like that for now. Until Indy notices, at least. He may never notice. Alright. Local needs update. Local needs update. Weird. So somewhere in here, thought it was in here. Oh, I think it's this stuff. No, it's not that. Event group. Ah, enemy count. Here we go. So, yeah, it's 1 through 4. So how would it ever be 0? That's confusing. Gonna lurk for a bit? No problem. I'm probably gonna take a break for a bit, but I appreciate the lurk. Yeah, it is a good time for me to take a break here. So I'm going to do that. And got some frozen pizza I'm gonna munch on, and yeah, should be back shortly here. I appreciate all the lurks, and I'll be back soon. Alright, I got some food in my belly at least. You did not miss much, Cryptic, I don't think. Honestly, yeah. I took a break, so you missed that. Yep, I don't think you missed much. Oh, I got the water moving. Was the water moving when you left? Where's the one I want? Is that it? No. I think I went the wrong way. That's the one. Last thing I remember is you were going over how Kixie Bot was in the game. Oh yeah. So I went through and I played pretty much every level of Source Hack, and just kind of explained how that game works, and until it starts to fall apart because there's only like 12 working levels or something. But yeah, I got the water moving. It's still a little fast, maybe. What application do you use for pixel art? I use Aseprite for pixel art. It's really cheap. It was like 15 bucks or something like that. I think it was 15 on sale actually. Yeah, it looks like choppy water. Yeah, just a little bit too choppy maybe. Is there music playing? What's going on? What has happened? Oh, I know what happened. Chiptune radio got turned on. Oh, hopefully I don't get a copyright strike on YouTube for that. But it was an accident. All right, so yeah. The inventory looks pretty bad. Now, I don't know why the inventory is broken, because when you go to the inventory, it tells you it tells the inventory open variable to be 1, and then in this screen it asks if the inventory is open. If it's not open, then it does this stuff. But if it is open, then it tells it not to be open and should start the turn. Or should pull up the menu for the player's turn. But instead it goes to this. I'm not sure why that's happening. Oh, I see why. I did it again. It says if inventory open. It's not supposed to be if. It's supposed to be a statement, not a conditional. But add event. var val. That's like the 4th time that I've done this. Alright, we'll go inventory open equals 1. Alright, so now inventory should be able to be open and closed. They're gonna kill me before I get a chance to play. Alright, so tackle. Close the menu. You're up, what'll it be? Cool. So it works now. But it didn't bring back the fish. So that's an issue. We'll just have to do that too. It's not the end of the world. Alright, so what draws the fish? Is it this one? No. What draws the fish? Oh, this draws the fish. So what we need is a group. Oh, yeah. Group. Populate fish. I'm gonna copy that and throw that here. That work? Did. Okay. So now it should populate the fish after closing the inventory. Save it, hit the build button, do another test. Yeah, I'm not sure if the water should move at 0.2 or 0.4 or 0.3 seconds. Probably just 1/10 of a second difference. Alright, so we got our fish in there. We'll go to tackle. Inventory opens up and they're back. What'll it be? Tackle, inventory, and they're back. I don't know what other looks like. Alright, well let's check it out. We've got our water guy here, and we've got our weight. So let's try it at 0.2. We'll give that a shot. So 0.2. Yo, my dude, was fun hanging out. I'll keep an eye on your stream and come hang out. Stay rad. Thanks a lot for hanging out, Justwall. I really appreciate it. Stop by anytime. All right. Demon fish dead ahead. So yeah, the water's a little bit slower. Let's see what it looks like at full screen. Oh, I love the terrain emote. I don't know if I can even kill the big eye. Looks like little bugs skittering around. You're talking about the waves? The waves look like bugs? Skittering, that's a good word. My dad is telling me to go look at the moon because it's a partial lunar eclipse. So I gotta take another quick break. It should be worth it if it's a partial eclipse. We'll take a look. Hi, I'm back. Sorry about that. It was a partial lunar eclipse. My dad was correct. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna have to text him back real quick and tell him how cool that was. Yeah, I'm glad he texted me. In fact, if it's clear where you're at, I'd recommend go checking it out. I mean, it's just the tiniest little corner of the moon, but you can totally see there's this big shadow going across it that just looks out of this world. It's so blurry of a shadow that it's like, it's just weird to see, like, you know, pretty weird. All right, we got. Oh, I was gonna try to kill this eye, right? So it doesn't tell you how much damage they have left, which is kind of a trope of the genre. Oh, I died. I died, but it didn't send me to the death screen. That's weird. Oh, now I died. I'm stuck at work. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. If it's anything like the solar eclipse, Facebook will be filled with images of it tomorrow. So I guess, I don't know. It's only a partial eclipse, so maybe not, but sorry to hear you're stuck at work. That's pretty cool that you can work and watch some streams though, you know. So I kind of want to make it so the enemies tell you how much damage you've done to them. We'll see how I feel once I actually start digging into the code here. think it happens here. No. Oh, I remember what I need to do. I need to make a variable here. We're gonna need 4. We'll say enemy 1 dead is true. Cool, and we'll copy this, bring it down here, change this to 2. Enemy 2 dead. Copy. Paste. Enemy 3 dead. Technically, I'm not supposed to be on my phone, but my output has the highest quality, and I put out more work than a full employed shift. So what do they have to complain about? There you go. Just, you know, don't get in trouble over it, because I would feel really bad if you got in trouble watching my stream. But yeah, you know your job, you know what you're doing. Number 4. Yeah, no, one time I had a job where you weren't allowed to be on your phone at all. And like if you were, that meant you were getting fired like right away. In fact, technically the rule is that it had to be in a locked cabinet while you were at your desk. But no one followed that rule. They just said don't take it out of your pocket unless you're in the break room. Because if you took it out of your pocket and the cameras saw you with it out of your pocket outside the break room, they would fire you. Because that was for TSYS, the credit card processor. They're pretty hardcore about nothing leaves, no photographs, nothing written down, nothing leaves the building, nothing enters the computer, nothing comes out of the computer. They were hardcore about it. 9 years in one business, holy cow. I owe you a congrats for that, because that is insane. I mean, not saying you crazy, but that is a long time to work at one place. So awesome work sticking with one company. That is not easy to do. You know what? That's fair. No, that's a long time to work at one company. I think the longest I've ever stayed at a company is like 3 years. Probably not even that. I'm trying to remember what yeah, I guess I worked at 3 years at a frame shop. I worked for like 2 years at TSYS. I did a lot of pizza delivery places, but I switched pizza places, you know what I mean? And I always had like a second job, or like, you know, so I was always switching things up. But yeah, I can only imagine what it's like to work at the same place for 9 years. I imagine there's some level of comfort that comes with that, but then also a lot of discomfort that comes with that too. Where do I want to put this? Here? Enemy 2 health. That's weird, right? Enemy 1 health, enemy 2. Oh, enemy 3 health. I guess I don't need that, right? Or no, yeah, enemy 4. Wait, what am I doing? That's not even what I want. Enemy 4. Oh yeah, I can get away with a lot and only get a warning, so instead of being that guy, I just make work better by entertaining myself. Oh, I also work for Uber and run my own company, so I got fallbacks. That's awesome to have fallbacks. Absolutely, yeah. For me, I was always had some type of secondary income for the most part, unless I was just going full time, and then even then I was like working on my own development studio stuff. So, and that paid off in the end. Enemy 4 dead. So you should be able to kill enemy 4. Oh, I see. It needs to go here. Yeah, after caught. So that should take care of that, except that you can still attack because it's not checking that. So I think it was this thing. What was it? Damage gen? Okay, so this just comes up with the number, and then this actually does it. So that populates the fish. Oh, it's that thing, yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna write some comments before I forget, because I remember what this is doing, but for how long? Make sure init ran before update starts. So that's what that does. Reset value. Display battleman ran. If the player's turn is 1, make it 0. Alright, so the enemy account is 1. Oh, this kills it. This damages it. Alright, so display 4th takes battle damage. Right after that, it should tell you how much health they have left. Oh. Was it enemy 4 health? 4th has health. So we'll copy that. Actually, copy this. And then we'll go to each and add it in here. Third has enemy 3. Oh, that didn't work. Has enemy 3 health. Hey, Wirehead's here. How's it going, man? I think Just Wall left actually. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Enemy 1 health. And we'll call that first as enemy 1 health. Oh yeah, he said he was coming by, so I thought I'd say hi. Yeah, I appreciate you dropping by for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. It sounded like, what did he say? Something about Dynamo something. Or Dyson Sphere program. He said something about that. Just at work, it's terrible. Rather be doing what you're doing. Well, technically this is work for me. But it's also fun, so... I mean, I'm not getting paid, so... Not for this. But I'm super excited. A dev that I've been recently talking with is actually asking me to join a project for him and do the art for him. So that should be a lot of fun. And there's a good chance that this game will be published by a pretty big publisher, by Broke Studio. So yeah, I'm excited. I've never done pixel art for like someone else before, especially for money, so that would be like really cool. I always wanted to get into it, so yeah, I'm very much excited. It's a Game Boy pixel art, so it's basically just like this except for a different game. Oh, pixel, yeah. Congrats, thank you, Cryptic, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm very excited. Very excited. Now, of course, it's a little bit early to be counting my eggs before they hatch or whatever, so I'm not gonna get too excited because anything can happen. This is game dev. Things change all the time. But it's looking like a good deal. It's looking like it'll be cool. It's funny though, because I was actually just thinking about opening up commissions. And I was like, but I don't like working with people. I'll never find a good client that I actually want to work with. These guys are gonna kick my ass. But yeah, I was playing his game, Palooza Saga Kaji's Trials, and it's like a Zelda roguelike game for NES. And so he's been working on a project for NES for like a year now that he decided that he's not going to continue on NES because of a bug that he wasn't able to fix. Something about NES Maker doesn't handle scrolling very well. So every once in a while it bugs out and there's no one has a fix for it. No one knows exactly why it happens. So he decided to move over to GB Studio. I've been talking to him, working on GB Studio stuff, and he sees my art and he said, hey, I'd like to have you as an artist. So I am super psyched. Excellent, congrats. Oh, brutal. Yeah, death bug. Yeah, could you imagine working on a year in NES just to be like, you know what, this isn't working out. But he seems like a really good programmer. He only does assembly, which is interesting. So that's kind of right up my alley. But we'll be doing just GB Studio events. So if there's any tile swap or anything like that, I might have to be the one that helps him with it. But yeah, it sounds like we'll be working together on this, so I'm excited. We'll see how it works. You know how partnerships are. Of course, Wirehead's got the dream partnership. Him and Just Wall, they're like the dream team together. You got one waking up as the other goes to sleep, and constantly working, constantly getting stuff out. JFC, is that just fucking cuz? Is that what that means? That's all I could think. Assembly just fucking cuz. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, just fucking cuz, Jesus fucking Christ. Well, when you're doing NES development, assembly makes a lot of sense. You know what I mean? No, don't apologize. I should know that acronym by now. But just fucking cuz works too. No one says that though. Man, this death screen is sad. I like just scribbled it in there for like 2 seconds. I was like, yeah, it would be all assembly. It would all be assembly, you would think, unless something like GB Maker. So yeah, he was using Nest Maker, or yeah, Nest Maker, so that is using assembly on top of an interface that helps you mostly with the art. But yeah, I haven't used Nest Maker, but I've seen some videos on it and I've thought about it. I was like this close to pulling the trigger on it. But the more I hear about it, the more I'm learning that it's not very complete as an engine and it's got a lot of issues. So I don't know. But they are rebranding Nestmaker is to be a SNES as well, and I think Mega Drive as well, or no, maybe no, I'm confusing things. There's another one that's coming out that's Mega Drive, Dreamcast, and something else. So like, there's a whole bunch of this stuff coming out, so it's a little bit hard to keep track of it all. This is the saddest "you died" screen ever. But I wanted to see if it told me how much damage they had left. Having a look at Nestmaker. Yeah, check it out. I mean, there's clearly a lot to it, and like the face behind it, right? The guy who kind of looks like Dave Grohl a little bit, the Dave Grohl looking guy. He like, you can tell that he knows a little bit about it, but also that he's like he's working with other people that are helping to make the engine. So, but like, he's the one putting out the tutorials, and yeah, it's like they're very long-winded. They're not easy to follow. Yeah, it seems like it would be a lot of work, but it also seems like it'd be a lot of fun, and there's a lot of cool games that are being made because of Nestmaker. Of course, the demon fish take the initiative. I've only got 47 health. Now I've got 44. I've got 41. And now I've got 36. So I'm gonna attack. We're gonna go with fourth. Fourth takes 5 damage. Fourth has 35 health. Nice. So that's working. I think you mean bad. Bad tutorials make learning game dev impossible. Yeah. Man, when I first started learning game dev, there weren't a lot of tutorials, and I couldn't find any. I remember going to YouTube, because YouTube was like just starting out. It was like a year old, and I found this, it was like making a game from start to finish, and it was like this super long video. It was like the longest video that they had on YouTube at the time, because there was, you know, this was like back in the day, and it was so long, and it was just this guy like typing code, and like he didn't explain anything. There was no commentary. It's just this guy typing code, and I didn't know what to do, so I just like, all right, I guess I'll do what he's doing. I just started typing what he was typing, like into a Visual Studio thing, like, oh, yep, I'm doing what he's doing. I don't know how to link any of this or do any of this, but I'm typing it. And it was pathetic. And then I realized that, like, it was only a snippet of his stream anyways. It was only part of it. There was no finish, there's no end to it. Nothing happened on the stream. It was just this guy typing at a computer. It was such a terrible video. Autocorrect, why do you do this to me? Yeah, I feel that. I like Game Maker, man. It manages memory for you so well. Only have to be aware of some potentials that create leaks. Well, definitely gotta know the potential for leaks. I mean, any engine's like that, right? Where there's some things you just gotta know. You just gotta know, otherwise it could break. And that kind of sucks. And GB Studio is a little bit like that too. There are some blind spots, we'll call them, and some people have, you know, felt them out, but it becomes a challenge to get that information disseminated, because like I mentioned on the podcast, it's like their hard-earned work. It's like that's what they did. They spent all this time reverse engineering something. Why would they just give it away? That's their job, that's their livelihood. So the game isn't very balanced, but it is a game. It's actually a game. Well, you can't win, but you can lose. Maybe I don't want to fight these bad guys. Yeah, so it restores your health at the beginning. And that's not something we really want to do. Where does that happen? Is that this thing? No. Is it in here somewhere? Huh, yeah, I don't know where it restores the player's health anymore. When I find it, I think I need to make a note. Oh, I bet it's on in it, isn't it? Here it is. No, that's not it. Enemy health equals... Oh no, that's just putting everything back. That's the enemy health, not the player health. Huh. Oh, here's where it That's where it happens. All right, so we'll just delete that because we don't want that there. We want it to happen like here. So actually, let's go back. Control Z, let's copy this. And then we'll delete it. And then we'll put it here. So when you select a new game, it will give you 50 health and then bring you to the overworld. So that way you don't regain health between battles. It took 4 attempts to get into just Blender because vids don't explain why you do something. Blender's especially rough because it's so deep that pretty much no one's going to know all of it. And there's so much overlap. Every segment of Blender overlaps with the other portions of it. So it's very, very common to have like a handful of skills in Blender and then to not even touch some of the other skills. For example, I'm learning more and more about animation and rigging in Blender, but I haven't done rendering at all in Blender. I haven't done lighting at all in Blender. I've done that in 3ds Max, so I have an idea of what it might be like, but it's different, and I know that. And materials as well. Like, I've done some materials in Blender, but I spend so much time making materials in either Unreal or Unity that it doesn't make much sense to make Blender materials because I'm not using it for that. So yeah, you know, some people, they get really good at what do they call that when you make the dynamic meshes with the that new tool. I can't remember the names, but yeah, there's so much you can do with Blender to be like, I don't know, there's just so many different facets that you can use it in. It's insane. I'm learning materials in Unreal and gave up on Blender materials, so they're both kind of the same to me. It's unfortunate that there's no universal material thing. Like, we've got FBX, right, for models, and it's super universal and everyone uses it. There's nothing like that for materials. Unfortunately, every engine is, you know, has its own stuff, has its own render pipelines, has its own code, has its own all that shit. So that is a pain in the ass. But what's cool about materials is that everything's pretty much node based these days. What's great about the node-based tutorials is that you can just like skip to the area on the tutorial where it shows you everything, like an expanded view of like a zoomed out view, and you can just copy what they've done. You don't even need to follow the tutorial. You just do what they did, and then you have that material. And if you don't understand something, then you can go back and figure out why they did that. But it's so much quicker to just find the frame that has everything. It's like a cheat sheet, and do it, because a lot of it's self-explanatory when you're doing it. It's like tricks that you wouldn't think of yourself, but when you see it done before, you're like, oh yeah, I could have done that. I really like nodes. Yeah, nodes are crazy. You know, when I started, man, there were no nodes. There were no nodes in materials. Materials, it was a stack, they called it, and this was in 3ds Max. They might still use that, but no, actually they have node based in 3ds Max now too. Yeah, it was a stack, and each stack would open up, and then it would have all of these different properties, and you just click through and say like, oh, this is that, this map goes to that, and then and you would give each map would have like an integer value or a decimal value, like a float, and then and you would type in what you wanted. You know, if it was a multi-material, you'd have to like nest them and stuff like that. It was a lot of fun, but yeah, nodes are just so much easier. I think I'm going to go back to world mapping. Give me a second to chill. Oh, what am I doing? I have to learn animation in Unreal and I'm terrified. Yeah, honestly, I've never touched animation in Unreal. I imagine it's not too different from Unity though, where you have like animations that are attached to FBX objects. So when you import the FBX object, it imports the animation with it, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know the ins and outs of it for as far as programming it or like animation trees or anything like that, or blending trees. I'm super familiar with how to do that stuff in Unity, but not in Unreal. In Unreal, I really haven't done very much. I was doing Unreal mods for a bit, for a client, and just like that's what they wanted, so I did it. And it was fun to kind of learn some stuff about Unreal, but man, that software's so slow and clunky. And this was Unreal 4, so I don't know. Unreal 5 probably wouldn't run very well on my computer, but yeah, Unreal wasn't too bad, but I didn't, like I said, I really didn't delve into it. I'm sure that it can get really crazy, like anything else these days. The thing that scares me about Unreal is the C++. And like Blueprints isn't scary to me, but also I don't really want to learn Blueprints. Like I feel like I already kind of know Blueprints. I mean, just from doing a few little things in it. Like I don't know everything about Blueprints, obviously. But it's like a visual scripting language, like a node-based thing. So like it's just like the node-based materials. If you find like what you're looking for online, you can just copy what they've done and kind of get the same effect. Of course, with scripting, you kind of want to know what's going on, but it's a great way to learn. I really didn't do much. All I did was make some things rotate. I made something scale, and then I applied materials to a bunch of shit. But it wasn't my project, so I was just kind of like showing off the art that I made for someone else's project. It was actually kind of interesting. My network, well, former client reached out to me and said, hey, I'm having trouble finding an Unreal job because I don't have any experience in Unreal, and I want to change that, but I don't have 3D modeling skills to make it look good. So he hired me to make 3D models for him so he could make a Unreal project that he was going to put on his resume, and he got a job from it. So I got paid, he got paid, everyone was happy. But what was cool about that is that I got to learn both Blender and Unreal while I was getting paid. Because he's like, oh, I want to see your 3D skills, and I'm like, oh, cool. You don't by chance have a 3ds Max license, do you? And he's like, how much are those? I'm like, I don't know, $1,000 a month or something. He's like, no, I do not have that. So I said, well, I could always try to learn Blender. My friend takes care of the coding aspect. I'll be assisting if I finish the artistic side first. That's sick. I wish I could do something like that. Anyone could do something like that. All I did was, I just knew the guy, and he knew that I was an artist. He wanted to do that, and it worked out, you know. $1,500. I don't think it came out to that much, but there was a few different invoices from that client. Keep in mind, it was like a friend of mine, so I was giving him like the indie deal prices, you know. 3ds Max hurts my ass. Oh, $1,500 for the license. Yeah. There is an indie license that's a little bit cheaper, but it hurts your eyes. Yeah. Honestly, I would have a lot of trouble going back to Blender now, having done so much with going back to 3ds Max, having done so much in Blender. Because at first Blender was tough for me. It was like all of these shortcuts to learn, they don't make sense. And what is G? Why is G? Oh, G is grab. Why did they call it grab? There was a whole lot of that going on. But now it's like I know what the shortcuts are, and I don't have to think about them. I just do them, and it's so quick. I never hit that speed with 3ds Max when I was in college. And that's probably because a few different reasons, but I think part of it is just the workflow of Blender is more streamlined. Yeah, I definitely gave that guy a deal. I can't remember how much the invoices ended up being, but I wonder what that guy's up to, because I don't see him on Twitter anymore. But then again, a lot of people left Twitter. Can't blame them. Things got pretty weird there. Then you got plugins to get better features. Yeah, and 3ds Max has plugins too. But yeah, I think Blender is a little bit more approachable. By a little, I mean a lot. So what you end up with is a lot more younger devs, newer devs, often smarter devs, making cool new stuff and giving it away for free because they're using an open source tool. And that is what I like to see. Because I'm kind of sick of the whole Adobe owning everything and all that shit. Adobe U, yeah. I'm surprised Adobe hasn't tried to buy Blender at this point. They probably did. So how long have you been using Blender for? Oh, that's not right. There we go. So I want to say I started in 2020. So I've only been using it for 4 years. Time flies. 4 months. Okay. You can learn a lot in 4 months though. There's so many good resources out there. Still really new. That's okay though. And do you have any 3D knowledge prior to this, or is this your first time digging into 3D? First time, okay. Well, hey, if you got any questions, you feel free to shoot them my way. I did study 3D animation in college, and I know a lot's changed and I'm using different software, but I've pretty much been keeping up with the changes, keeping up with the times. It's been a journey, that's for sure. Yeah, I started learning 3D modeling in 2007, I think. Oh, yeah, and it was a different world back then. It really was. Autodesk owned 3ds Max, and do I have a Discord? Yes, I do. I don't have a I don't have what am I trying to say? A command. I don't have a command set up, so let me get a link for you. Server setting, no. How do you do this? Invite, where's invite? Invite people. Holy crap, 2007, that's a lot of experience built up. Yeah, I mean, you're making me feel old, but that's true. I'm kind of old these days. Let me pull up the chat here. I was 11 then. Yeah, there's the link to my Discord. Love to have you. So yeah, I went to school. Oh, I graduated high school in 2004. Went to art school in 2005. Graduated 2009. And then I finally got an industry job in like 2019, 2018, maybe 2017. Depending on what you consider industry. Cause I got a job working for Wonder Games Studios for Today Is My Birthday, but I never ended up getting paid, and I didn't get credited when the game came out, so I got kind of screwed on that one. And then I started producing my own stuff, so that kind of counts. But yeah, eventually people started giving me work. Some of it is under NDA, some of it's not. It is a lot of experience, but like I said, so much has been changing. There's a lot of times where I had to like just like restructure my thinking on things because the paradigm had shifted so much. I can't give you any one example, but I'm certain it happened. But yeah, it's crazy. When I started Autodesk, and I don't know who owned Maya. Maya was its own company, I think. And then Autodesk bought Maya, which was like really scary as a Autodesk, or as a 3ds Max dev, because it's like, well, wait a second. I thought this was the product that you wanted to be your flagship, and then they started investing a whole bunch into Maya, and then Maya's animation rigging system was like better than 3ds Max, and that was super scary. It's like, dude, what are you guys doing? This software is so expensive. I've spent all this money learning it in school, and now you're basically just switching. You're just gonna switch to this other software. I still think it's crazy that they run both. But yeah, what was some of the other software that people were using was like Lightwave. Have you heard of Lightwave? No, it's old. It didn't make it. It didn't last. You know, people were still using soft image and stuff back then. Of course, not a whole lot of people. But yeah, a lot has changed. I learned a lot from that. But mostly what I learned was from just like going out and doing stuff, going out and meeting people, you know. Going to game dev meetups, that was huge. That was life-changing for me. When I moved to Phoenix, I was finally in a situation where I could like go to these meetups and feel comfortable, because like in Chicago, first of all, I didn't even realize there were meetups yet when I was living in Chicago, and before I moved to Arizona. And now that I'm back in Chicago, I'm looking into these meetups. Like, first of all, I don't really want to take the train or risk having my car stolen to go to these meetups. But not only that, but like, they're not just like at a restaurant somewhere. There's like a whole group of people there. There's like famous people at these meetups, you know what I mean? Because it's like Chicago indie scene, you know what I mean? Where in Phoenix, it was like, you know, there was like Chris Zukowski would frequent them, and he's kind of a celebrity now, but he wasn't back then. No one knew who he was. And he still frequents the meetups in Phoenix, which is cool. But usually only when he's got something to share. But yeah, you know, there's a lot of young devs that I work with. Like, just because you're young doesn't mean you can't get the job. Yeah, this is gonna take forever to do the whole thing. I could always block the player off if I want to. Yep, you just gotta stick to it. When things get hard, it can be very demotivating. Gotta push through. Solid advice right there. Yeah, I definitely had a rough time looking for work as a game dev. It's so hard to keep into it. Yeah, so for me, what was really hard was after I graduated college, I had the degree, I worked my ass off for it, I got really good grades in college, and fucking no one was hiring, right? It was like a kick in the teeth, man, because I was applying everywhere. I was applying for jobs I didn't even really want, you know, anything that had game in the job description, basically I was applying for. AAA, indie, gambling, arcade, anything, pinball, anything that was remotely related, and I couldn't get nothing. I was so disappointed because, like, not only was it $80,000 for the fucking degree, but I like busted my ass, you know what I mean? And the school was like, oh, you're gonna get a job right out of college, it's gonna give you like $60,000 at least starting pay, and we got ties to this, that, and this, the other studio. And then, like, right as I was about to graduate, a whole bunch of shit happened with the economy, and all of these studios just like backed out of Chicago. Like studios that had like secondary headquarters in Chicago or primary headquarters even just either crumbled or they shrunk and got rid of their Chicago studios. So like EA Chicago was no more after that. Activision, no more. What else was it? Midway, no more. So like this was all like one thing. Like it was within months, like all these, it was like dominoes, man. It was freaky. And like my career counselor was like, oh yeah, we're gonna get you a job at Midway. Like there's no Midway anymore, by the way. So and we can't get you a job at EA anymore because they're not there either. Like, so basically the career counselor did absolutely nothing for me, and I was left just writing applications all over the country and getting no response. Yeah, the 2008 recession. Yeah, I graduated in 2009, so things were still in full swing by the time I graduated. No one was hiring. Like there were some people getting hiring. It's not like no one got hired, but you had to be like really talented or like have a family member in the business, and that was a thing that happened a lot. It still happens a lot. It's called nepotism. It happens all the time. Not just in games, but it's rampant in games. It really is. Yeah, I'm just waiting for my nephew to be like, Rick, can you get me a job in games? Because there's a lot of that. So yeah, what I did at that point was I just kept freelancing, mostly graphic art, graphic design, web design, anything I could, you know, video, animations. I took on a lot of projects. I didn't finish some projects. I did a lot of things that I normally wouldn't do, like letterheads and business cards. Yeah, like weird websites, lots of small business branding, some social media graphic design, and lots of pizza delivery. Lots and lots of pizza delivery. And then like when I was about to move out to Phoenix, I was applying for jobs, and there was a internship position, but it was unpaid. And they're like, yeah, you can come intern with us. Do you live in Tucson? I was like, no, I live in Illinois. And they're like, oh, are you moving to Tucson? I was like, I might, but I need a job. They're like, well, this internship is unpaid, but you can have it if you want it, it's yours. It's like, yeah, no, sorry, thanks, but not gonna work for free. I don't even remember the studio. But yeah, there's this website that I use. It's called like Game Dev Map, I think. Let's go look it up. Let's pull this up. Game Dev Map. Yeah, game dev map. So game dev map is awesome because it has all the major cities in the world here for the most part. There's seems to be not a lot of major cities in certain parts of the world, but if you, let's say we go to Phoenix here and we click on Phoenix, it's got all of these studios. So let's see, Twin Sky Games, I interviewed them for my podcast. They did Time Tangle for Adult Swim, as well as a VR game for Adult Swim. Grumpy Face Studios, they did a Cartoon Network game, Steven Universe. Let's see, Eline Media, I applied there all the time. I applied there a lot, and I even talked to a recruiter who said that he got my application on the hiring manager's desk, but they did not call me back, so they must have got someone else for the job. I didn't actually play the game that I was going to be working on, but it was an underwater, like a historical underwater game. Intern is to learn, not for free labor. Yeah, for sure. Internships are kind of they should be paid. It's one thing to like pay someone minimum wage to learn on the job, but it's another thing to just like, hey, show up, pay gas and for your car, and show up on time, and then, you know, go get my coffee and like clean my car while I work. Like, come on. Tattoo internships are like that from what I hear. Yeah, so let's see what else we got. We got Chicago here. No, it's Indianapolis, Chicago. There's a lot more studios here. Zynga. So yeah, you know who, I'm pretty sure Zynga runs the IGDA meetings in Chicago. So it's like all of a sudden there's people just like going there to find work at Zynga. Probably the Congregate guy, or Congregate people, the men who wear many hats. That's a dev that I actually went to grade school with, believe it or not. I went to grade school with this dev, and he made Oregon Trail, not Oregon, but Oregon, the zombie version, and that was a success, a super success, I would say. He made fuck tons of money off that, hand over fist, for sure. Sega Amusements, I didn't know that was here. So yeah, if you're looking for work for AAA or indie, they're all on this website for the most part. I mean, not everything. Obviously, I don't think I'm on here. You know, but the big ones are, as well as some of the smaller, or some of the medium-sized indies, like the AA's or the triple I's. Liquid Bit, they did Killer Queen Black, which is defunct now, unfortunately. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. I'm just looking through now. Oh, look, you can serious games, publishers, social organization, online, mobile. That's really cool. But yeah, if you're looking for work, this is a great place to find work. I'm only interested in working for my own company. That's a good way to do it, man. But like I said before, contract work is very helpful when you're trying to run your own company. It gets a bad rap. People have trouble balancing contract work with their own projects, and it can make your own projects take longer. But if you need a budget, you need a budget. You know, you gotta have a runway to get lift off. So Anyways, yeah, that was game dev map. I was super happy when I found that because it made my job search a lot easier. Of course, it didn't land me a job, but I was able to organize my shit better. My issue, I know, my skill doesn't fit the market. Well, what's your skill? The art? The 3D art stuff? Or is there some other skill you're talking about? Because the market is crazy big. It's weird. It's really big and it's also really small. Like it's a huge market, but it's a small world in terms of developers. There's really not that many developers. I mean, it might seem like it looking at that map, but in comparison to how many game players there's a lot more developers than there are people who play games. Or did I say that? There's a lot more people who play games than there are developers. And yeah. So there's a whole lot of room to sell games. A variety of types, niche games, new innovative games that we haven't even dreamed of yet, and even old games that are just like Frogger from the 80s or something like that. And yeah, so it really comes down to what you're gonna do. I've posted a few recent models in Discord. You can see where I'm lacking. 3D art, 2D art, software knowledge, short on a lot. The one thing I'm really good at is game design and story building. So game design is really tough to land a job in. What I would say is for advice, I would say what you want to do, and I'm looking at the shared work just now here. Oh, it looks like you've got some chess pieces. Nice. Yes, I definitely did chess pieces back in the day. I had a different tutorial, of course, because mine was for 3ds Max. But I definitely did the chess piece tutorial. That was actually the first 3D modeling tutorial I ever did. You used like the lathe, right? And then, yeah, we used NURBS to make the knight, but you don't need to. But yeah, they look good. Yeah, so one thing that I would say is on the Rook, where it's got those turrets, you want those to be hard what's the term they use? Hard surface shaded? I forget the term Blender uses. But basically there's like a soft shader and a hard shader, right? Like soft edges and hard edges. And like you want the roundedness on a lot of those edges, but up at the top where the turrets are, you want those to be sharp. So that's a difficult one because you want the roundedness around the edges, but you want the sharp where it's cut like that. So that is a tough one. I think you would need a lot of completed games under your belt to have a look at game design. So that's true, and that's also not always true. It's usually a good idea to have a lot of games under your belt. In any sense, for any job. If you're doing any games job, the more games under your belt, the better. But as a designer, yeah, you basically need to prove that you know how to design, or you need to start your own business as a designer. Right? Because you don't need any experience to start your own business as a designer. You just need to start designing. It's just really, really, really hard to make money that way. So what I did was I learned how to make all of the assets myself. So that alleviates the cost, right? So now it just costs me time to design. I learned how to program. I learned how to do art. I learned, some of the more technical stuff, and some of that stuff I still need to learn. On occasion I have to pick up new traits or new skills all the time. That's just the nature of game dev. But yeah, definitely the more practice you have, the better. So what I did was I made a whole bunch of tutorials when I first started, like crazy amount of tutorials, like was it bouncing a ball on a plane and then you control the plane with the mouse. I think that was one of the first Unity tutorials I followed. I did like a 3D asteroids tutorial. I like countless tutorials, like, and I didn't, what I didn't do that I should have done was I didn't post them online because I didn't have internet really. I had really shitty internet if it was available at all, and I didn't have any friends. I didn't have any networks. I was like really into music, so I had music friends and stuff. If I made music, I could show that to my friends, no problem. But if I made anything else, my friends wouldn't know what it was, you know. So I just kept all that shit to myself. Eventually it got deleted. I don't even have it anymore. I don't have anything to show for all those tutorials, but that's okay because those were like my 10 shitty games. They say to put out 10 games as fast as possible because your first 10 games are gonna suck. So that's what I did, was I put out a bunch of crappy tutorials and broken shit that never was finished, and I tried to finish it, couldn't finish it, you know. Did that a whole bunch. I don't know. Now I'm just chatting. It looks really blocky when it's supposed to be rounded, so I just settled. Yep. No, I mean, sometimes you gotta settle, and it does work. Getting feedback is super easy now. That's awesome. Yeah, because getting feedback is gonna change the course of how you work. You know, and obviously you gotta learn how to take feedback too, right? Because, well, first you gotta be graceful in receiving feedback, but second you gotta know what to actually take and what you can leave behind. Also, when people give feedback, there's like this hidden language sometimes, and that takes some deciphering and some foreknowledge to understand the hidden nuances of communication, right? But that's all really helpful stuff, you know, because like it definitely helps working with clients when you need to try to explain like artistic stuff to people who aren't artistic. You gotta know the terminology to make it, you know, at least accessible, like so it's understandable, you know. Or at the very least, so if they looked up the words that you were using, they would say, oh, this guy knows what he's talking about. Alright, so I am getting kind of sick of making this map. I tell everyone to hit me hard, don't be nice. That don't help improve my skills. You see something wrong or weird, I expect you to say so. That's the way to do it, man. I do the same thing. Anytime that someone's like offering a critique, I say, please, 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 don't hold back. Just give it to me straight, because I want to make it as good as possible, and you're not going to hurt my feelings. In fact, if you lie to me and tell me it's good when it's not, that's going to hurt my feelings. And that helps. All right. I think I need to eat another slice of pizza. I'm starting to slow down. Spooky fishing game, you say? Silver of Nope. It's weird that I don't see that in chat, but I see it. Oh, that must be YouTube then, huh? Is that what's going on? Ah, it is. Cool. Someone's chatting on YouTube. That's insane. No, you're not distracting me. Oh, is Kixie back? Hey Kixie, how's it going? Yeah, so I'm making a spooky fishing game. Let's show that off. This is in GB Studio. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, so we've got the game pulled up here. I'm gonna change the color here so it's... Oh, I went the wrong way. I always go the wrong way. Or which one was it? Was it this one? This? We'll go with this one. Oh yeah, I don't like that one. This'll work. Indie Maniac has introduced me to some awesome awesome people. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Because networking is huge in game dev. It's can't say it enough. So here are the spooky fish. Let's get a better color here. They're not as spooky with that. They're kind of cute that way. This is a nice one. I think this suits it the best though. The orange and red and black and white. I just played a spooky scuba game and it scared me, so I turned it off. It's not even that scary. I may have never come across you otherwise. Hey, you never know. It's like I said, the dev world is actually kind of a small place. And like a lot of us smaller indies, we kind of have to group together, you know. So it's pretty easy to find one another, and we're all really open, and we try to be nice to one another. Everyone tries to be kind, you know, for the most part. Pixie underwater horror is always scary. Oh my gosh, Subnautica is not a horror game, but it is scary as fuck. But yeah, I'm interested what game you're playing, Kixie. First up is Spike. Second up is Beardfish. Demonfish, take initiative. First, Demonfish is attacking. The health is 47. Demonfish 2 is attacking. Health is 44. You're up, what'll it be? So I'm going to cast... At which I'm going to cast at the second because I know it has less life. Oh, it took 0 damage. That's not good. I don't think it was supposed to take 0 damage, but it definitely took 0 damage. Alright, let's try that again. Cast it at Beardfish. The game was Feed the Deep. I'm gonna have to pull this up. Oh, let's take a look here. Oh, where? What? Go on. Oh, this is in front of it. Ooh, a 2D scuba diving game. Interesting. Oh wow, I like that. I like the art style. The lighting is interesting too. But it doesn't look that scary. It looks more cute than scary. But I guess the lighting would affect that. Things get dark, things get scary. That must be a mini game. That looks cool. Australian government. Cool. Let's see if they're on Twitter. Let's try that again. Holy slowness. Probably gonna lose internet too. I designed Fruit Ninja, Jetpack Joyride, and now I'm making Feed the Deep. So I feel like I know those. Or at least Jetpack Joyride. Cool. Well, it looks like he's finding success in the game, so that's awesome. I'll go ahead and add that to the wish list. Lovecrafty and Roguelike by the creator of Fruit Ninja and Jetpack Joyride. I'm slow on chat here. The Dark Lighting, yes. There's Dredge too. Now I've heard of Dredge, but I don't think I've seen that. I plan on having a few water levels in my horror game, so sorry Kixie if you play it. I played a bit on Steam Deck of Dredge. I played some of Dredge, I liked it, but got busy and dropped it. I want to play it again and start over. Dredge is so good. Me too. Fruit Ninja is massive. I know Fruit Ninja. Fruit Ninja was all over mobile game. Yeah, is that the game that we're talking about? Fruit Ninja? The one where you slice the fruit? Like, everyone knows that game. Feed Deep looks rad. Hey, I saw it on Twitter too. Yeah, man. Yeah, if that's the game, that everyone knows Fruit Ninja. I thought maybe it was like a knockoff or a like I don't remember the title of that, but yeah, if it was Fruit Ninja, like guy should be raking in the dough. Of course, that was a free game, wasn't it? Looks cool. Thanks for sharing, Kixie. Alright, don't mind me if I get quiet for a second. I'm gonna munch on another slice of pizza here because I'm still hungry. Now you want pizza? Well, I would send it to you, but probably wouldn't be very good by the time it gets there. Also, it's gluten-free pizza, so it's not like regular pizza. It's made out of cauliflower. It tastes good though, so I'm happy with it. Pizza, please. Yum. Your game is coming along well, Rick. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, it still has some work. Like, take a look at this. This is like the quickest drawn "you died" screen ever. It's pretty bad. Like, even the font is messed up somehow. So, if I come up with a way to make it so you can win the game and die, then the game is over, right? It's a game, you know? Everything else is just bells and whistles. It just needs a beginning, a middle, and an end. Stop avoiding RSB. I see you. Hey. Calling me out here? RSB got some love recently. I'm working on a snow level. Let's pull that up. I don't know where it's at. It's in here somewhere. There's like so much crap in here. I'll never find it this way. Where is what I'm looking for? Here it is. Yeah, I made a snow slope. And it's animated. Amination. Oh yeah, you should take my advice about it. What advice is that? To stop avoiding it? Screen should follow ship, not ball. But what happens then if the ball gets to the top of the level? Or to the top of the screen? Or do you mean horizontally? Oh, okay. So horizontally, you're saying the screen should follow the ball and leave the ship behind? So what happens if the ship then leaves the screen because the ball moved off the screen? Wouldn't players think, why are you moving? Why is it moving? I didn't press the button. It's a tough one. I think that's one of the major problems with making games that are unique that haven't been made before, right? Like, innovation is like full of issues. Cam just follows ship. So I do have arrows that point to it when it leaves. The way the multi-direction maps move everywhere, I find really tough. Am I wrong? No, I don't think you're wrong. I'm not quite sure what you mean though, the multi-direction maps. You just mean like the larger maps? When I played it, the camera is dragging everywhere with the ball. I'm having trouble picturing what you're talking about, to be honest. I could pull up the game, but it takes a second to load. Yeah, when it's not just heading straight up. But does the camera follow the ball in the vertical mode? Because it just moves the player. All right, because the camera is actually attached to the player, I believe. I'm not quite sure exactly. You think I would know, but I do things differently sometimes, and then I get confused about how I did it. I remember the boss levels. Well, I've got it loading, so we'll give it a second here, and then I'll play some Retro Space Bone. So the way that I'm pretty sure the way that I've got it programmed is that the camera it pretty much follows the player. But what happens is the ball gets to the top of the screen and there's a trigger attached to the player, right? So when it gets to a certain altitude above the player, then it moves the player is what happens. Ship gets dragged by the camera in that instance. Yeah, so the ball hitting the trigger at the top of the level moves the player. What it does is it ignites the thruster. Here's that. It does take a minute to load. We'll take a look at this until then. I think the ball should go off screen and track with an arrow, and the player has full control of the camera by moving the ship. So, but if we give the player agency over the vertical control, then couldn't the player just push the ball up to the top of the level? So, believe it or not, I actually had a lot of feedback from people who said, I want vertical control of the ball. So I did, I implemented it, and I made it so you could turn it on in the options and test it out that way, and no one liked it. It's one of those things that sounds good on paper, but the game's design actually works better if you're stuck at the bottom, like Galaga or something like that. It does feel weird and it looks weird, and it takes a little bit of getting used to. Vertical control of the ball. So yeah, in the vertical levels, you used to be able to move the ship all around the screen. But that was a test, and it was a failure. It was actually better to revert it. You don't understand how it was a failure? Well, it just didn't feel right. They gave the player too much agency when they didn't require it. So it gave the player this option to be at any point of the level they wanted to be, even if it was not good for them to be there. Where if you keep them at the bottom, that's actually always the best place to be. So that's why I put the player there. You don't understand the concept? You know, it's a strange game. Oh, hey, look, it loaded. It's not the most intuitive game out there. I will give you that. Let's see, where should we go? To the start scene? Start scene. So this is Unity, for anyone who's not familiar. I mean the concept of vertical control of the ball. What does that mean? So it's not controlling the ball. It was controlling the player vertically. So the way the game is set up, the player has no agency over vertical control except through secondary or a second-hand means of shooting the ball, right? Come on now. All right, so let me try to better explain it. We'll go to arcade mode. Load already. Kind of what I'm saying, I think, where I come from, is the horizontal and vertical scrolling levels I find very hard to play because the ball is flying so fast everywhere and it's throwing the camera all over the place. Alright, so I'm gonna hit start here and we'll just play the first level here. It ever loads. Okay. So first of all, if the ball moves to the side, it doesn't move the camera, and also the ship doesn't move the camera right now because it's a narrow level. Oh, this is running like shit. But if I were to skip ahead to a later level, let's do that. We'll go to level 8. Because level 8 opens up, I think. Oh no, this isn't the right one. Level 9. Yeah, so this one opens up a bit. So you can see it follows the ship. If the ball is off the screen, there used to be red arrows. I don't know what happened to the red arrows. They're there somewhere. They're just not working. So let's get the ball up there. So again, the camera is not following the ball, but it will follow vertically. So the ball fell down and then it landed on that thing. If I go up or down, then it follows the ball, but not horizontally, just vertically. Wow, it's running like shit. Probably got too much open. I thought it was the other way around. Okay, only vertically. Yeah, so I mean, it is a little bit like jostling at first when the camera moves on you, but if it doesn't, then you'll lose track of the ball and have to control the verticality of the ship, which is like, it's like two more things that you would have to think about. But I do agree that the arrows should be there. I don't know what happened to them. The arrows were there for the longest time, and then I actually made a second set of arrows that flashed, but I never did put them in. Yeah. But yeah, I haven't implemented any of that snow level stuff, so that's all. That's not in here. I did make a new green level though. We can go there, I think. Actually, I don't know if I put it in the menu yet. No, you can't. We can't go there from the menu. We gotta go there from the project folder. So what was it? Green level 3 new. Yeah, so here's the new level. This is actually brand new. I just made this like what, last week? On stream. Hey. So it's not an easy level. Just preface this right off with that. No one said it was easy. It doesn't help that the frames are being dropped here. Oh. Was the old demo always tracking the ship horizontally? You mean the camera tracking the ship? So, yeah, the very first demo, the camera was just dropped right onto the player, I believe. But eventually, I stopped doing it that way. And then I changed something up for the levels that have more lateral movement. Actually, I think it's a cinema machine, where it's if the player goes outside of a certain boundary, then it moves the camera, I think, because you can actually see it move slightly. Or at least it looked like it. Maybe not. Maybe it just looked like it. So many lasers. Cryptic says, I like the concept. Thank you, Cryptic. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been a labor of love, but it's also been a heck of a time to get it to work right, because like I said, making an innovative game is not all it's cracked up to be. It seemed like, oh yeah, this is what I want to do. And still, it's what I want to do for sure, but I didn't know it was going to be so hard to make something new. I guess what I'm saying is it's so much easier to make something that's already been made before. And making something brand new is just like, what the hell am I doing? And you have to constantly like question yourself and like be the person that answers it as well. So like, yeah, the more fresh eyes, the better, but you know, it's hard. It's a hard thing because like you gotta like onboard people but not onboard them, like do it through the game kind of thing. Yeah, it's a tough thing to teach someone how to play a game they've never played before. I think I'm not bad at it. I had such, like when I was a kid, I used to try to play board games and I was terrible at learning the rules. But I love playing games, but hated learning the rules. So I feel like I got good at explaining things in a way that people like me can easily understand. And it's not that I'm like slow or anything like that. It's just that, like, I don't know, some of that logical side stuff just doesn't work as quickly for me. I'm definitely more of a creative thinker than a logical thinker. Yeah, I saw this with all the bullets. Very cool. Thanks for humoring me. I think it's the vertical thing that was bugging me, but I agree with you. It works better. Yeah, the vertical thing is weird. But you do get used to it. I'll get it. So many bullets. Is the option still there to try it the other way? No, I think I removed it because I made changes to the physics, and I didn't want to make changes to that as well. Oh. There's a difference between okay, so you can do this versus this is why you do this. I find teaching the why allows people to make connection in their brain. Oh, I agree 100%. It's unfortunate though, sometimes no one knows why. It's pretty uncommon. Usually someone knows why. Oh, you know, I was gonna check out the options menu to see if that's still there. I don't think it is though. I think if it was there, it would be broken. Wirehead agrees. Get a lot of feedback on our games, and it just doesn't work because of the why. Let me pause. Oh, there's no pause on this level? No, I guess it's not working yet, so what are you gonna do? Anyways, this is Retro Spaceball. It's not going anywhere. I probably won't be finishing it anytime soon, but I do plan on finishing it. I plan on keep working on it, and like I said, it's not going anywhere. I'm not giving up on it. Just because I've got other projects doesn't mean that Retro Spaceball is done. I'll work on it until I die if I need to. I'll keep going. I don't have any problem with that. I love the game. I want it to be great. And yep, I'll work on whatever I damn well please. Game Link? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and Cryptic, if you have any feedback, I love getting feedback on my game. Don't hold back. If it sucks, it sucks. You gotta let me know. Where am I going here? This one? Oh, where did that go? What am I doing? Clicking on the wrong thing. Yeah, no, I would love to hear your feedback, absolutely. That is the link for Retro Spaceball. That's my itch.io page. You can find some of my other games there too if you want. But yeah, it's downloadable. So it's a zip file. Unzip it. Should work on Windows. Yep. Let me know what you think. It's not an easy game, but it's not like it's not impossible. Yeah. Thank you. I really appreciate you checking it out. Alright, so what's next on this? Oh, I wanted to make the "You Died" screen better. That's what I wanted to do. because it's ugly. Alright, so first, let's just get rid of that. Alright, so I'm gonna make some text. It'll say guide, and we'll manually stretch it or something. That doesn't look good either. We'll go with 24. Oh, that looks bad too. Alright, we'll go with 20. You died. What color was it? Dark gray. Alright. Whoa. Oh shit. Alright. So we got the "you died" text. At least that's looking better. We'll just throw that there. These waves look like shit. Oh, let's just use the waves that I made before. What layer am I on? Alright, yeah, so we'll pull up. Oh, too far. We'll pull up the waves. This one's got waves. We'll just steal a wave, copy it, paste it. So what I'll do is I'll draw the waves. And then we're gonna paint it back. Oh, that like that. There we go. But I don't like the ship. It looks like the background is that. So what we need is a texture. Also, this looks like shit. So I'm just gonna delete that. Bye bye. Alright. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Alright, I'm gonna get my handy dandy tablet out here so we can get some organic shapes here going. I feel like it should be black, but not like that. I don't like that. Let's get some straight edges in here. I don't like that either. What did I have before? Can I play it on stream? Absolutely play it on stream. I'd love to see it on stream. In fact, if you play it on stream, let me know because I want to watch. Just shoot me a message on Discord. Control Z, an artist's best friend. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And Kixie says it's fun. Thank you, Kixie. I really appreciate that. Quite like the free roam parts too. So there's a lot of discussion on the free roam parts of whether they're good or not. I'll be playing Friday or Saturday. Awesome. Your first stream. Dude, I'm honored. I'm honored. That would be so cool. Yeah. You'll have to let me know. Give me like some notice so that way I can make sure I'm available because I'd love to see that. Close this. All right, so I'm trying to look at this one. All right, let's get a reference out. Shipwreck. Wow. Mine looked better than these. None of these are even chopped in half. This is decent. All right, that's enough references. Let's try it again. All right, so we've got half one. No, I don't like that. No. I don't know how it should look. Should it be like that, or should it be like that? I don't like that. What the fuck I'm doing? I almost like what I had before better. I'm drawing it too big, aren't I? I don't like that. Why is it... Ugh. Yeah, absolutely. Best of luck for your first stream. That sounds really exciting. I remember the first time I streamed, kind of. I was pretty nervous. I think I streamed music the first time I did it. You know, I streamed playing games, I think, first. And then I went to music. Oh, erase. I don't like this line. You know, I was having better luck with the mouse. I'm going back to the mouse. Screw this boat. I don't like that line. That doesn't look any better. That'll work. Let's fix this. That's a start. I'm still trying to figure out the stream elements in OBS. Getting set up is a struggle. Do you compose only 8-bit music, or is there other genres? I do a lot of different music, actually. I spent a long time of my life actually making instrumental hip-hop, believe it or not. I own 4 turntable decks and a 4-channel mixer. So I like to go to town on that stuff still. Not always hip-hop, but a lot of hip-hop. Not exactly rap, but like, you know, instrumental hip-hop. But yeah, I did a lot of that for a long time. I used to do metal. I used to do punk. Now I mostly just do game music. And just recently I actually started getting into 8-bit music. I mean, I love listening to 8-bit music, and I got pretty good at making what I call fake bit music, which is what we're listening to, where it's not actually 8-bit music, but is close to 8-bit music. It uses some of the tones of 8-bit, but there's also a lot of other things going on. But yeah, I'm a big fan of variety in music, so anything goes. I feel like it's not centered well enough, right? Let's center that. That looks better. All right, let's take a look at what we had before here. I'm gonna zoom in, a better look at it. So we had the mast hanging on that side, and the yeah. So we'll put the mast there. I feel like it should be cracked, but maybe that'd just be too much work. So I'll just do that. It looks terrible. It'll look better once I color it. It's just the lines. Then we'll have this one going behind it. I don't like that. Gotta have a rudder. Alright, so this is a little low. We'll give it one of those railing edges things. Alright, so we need some color here. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay, so I'm not sure if this is the color that I want, but we're trying it out. Oh, I did it again. Alright, it kind of looks okay, so we'll stick with that. It's weird because the outline of the waves is getting lost, but I could go over that in white and that would look good too. Oh. I want to play this game. You want to play the fishing game? You want to play Demon Fish Dead Ahead? Because you'll be able to once it's done. I want to play it too. Yes. Awesome. I appreciate the support, Cryptic. I hope it's fun. You never know sometimes. Now I'm not sure the best way to do this. Should I start here or should I start at the beginning? When in doubt, test both. Still got a few more to go here. Probably would have just been faster to copy paste this, but what are you gonna do? Is there not a copy paste? There is, there totally is, but I'm almost done. So I don't want to copy the whole tile, right? Because if I copied the whole tile, then I'd be copying more than what I want, right? So yeah, that's, but if I were to do it on a different layer, then I could, so. I feel like I should just do white all the way across. And these are there, I didn't realize that. Bro took the hard way. I guess you could say that. There, does that make you happy? Alright, so we've got waves. This. And then this. Yes, it does. Ship is ace. You like the ship? I feel like these are off center, but what are you gonna do? It's got some perspective to it. Tixie, I'm headed off to bed. Thank you for the stream and have a good night. Thank you so much for hanging out, Kixie. I hope you sleep well and have a great day tomorrow. Okay, so I think what this really needs is some gradations. I think if, what is this? Oh. I think this layer needs a gradation. So am I trying to become an affiliate? I don't know. So I was an affiliate before, and then I canceled my affiliate. So, but they have since changed their rules on how they treat affiliates. So if they were to offer it to me again, I might take it up on that, but I don't know. Probably. Alright, so we got the, what is it, Shift G? Shift G. Oh, we don't want that, we want dithering. So there's that, which looks bad. This one looks pretty good. That looks good too. Oh. The angled lights. Oops. Doesn't that look dramatic? Super dramatic. I'm finishing up at work. Take care, legends. Thank you, Wirehead, for hanging out. Yeah, enjoy your day or your evening, whichever it is. Yeah. I don't know how to pronounce that. Cryptic, is that Oppo or Oppo? Oppo. Ooh, I can pronounce that. What is going on here? Oh, am I on the wrong layer? Sorry for bad spelling and typos, multitasking with work. Hey, no worries, man. I am terrible at typing and spelling errors, so... But, yeah, thank you for helping me read it, because that is a challenge sometimes. I imagine it's worse for people trying to read what I write. I have this problem where I can type really fast, but I'm pretty error prone, so I don't know if the trade-off's worth it. So I'm just kind of fixing some of the weirdness here. Same, if I don't make typos, I would be at 85, 90. Yep, I'm up there as well. Typos, 74 words per minute. Yeah, I have not tested myself for a long time, but with typos, it would be very, 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 very fast. But what makes my problem worse is that I hit enter before I even read what I wrote. It's like a uncontrollable urge. That actually doesn't look too bad. I'll have to clean it up a bit, but it kind of works. My friend can get 100 words per minute. It's insane hearing him type. How's his accuracy though? I remember when I was in college, there was this girl that I had some classes with, and I remember looking over and seeing her typing and hearing it, you know, just, I don't know if you can hear this, but it was just really, really fast. But then when I looked at her and I kind of examined what she was doing, she was actually just moving her fingers over the keys, and it was making a sound, and she was like feeling for the right key. It was really weird. She wasn't typing nearly as fast as it sounded like she was. 98% accuracy average on a bad day, 94%. Wow. Wow. Of course, it depends on what skill level you're typing at too, because like if you're throwing in tildes and parentheses and, you know, all the good stuff, like things can get pretty hard pretty quick. You throw a euro sign in there and all of a sudden you lose speed, right? I'm just kidding. Where's the euro sign? I don't know if I like that one. And I drew it first. Okay. Oh, oh. But yeah, now that you mention it, I was looking and it looks like I will make affiliate for a second time if they allow that to happen. Because there's a way you can look at this stuff. Where is it? Let's see what it says. Get 50 followers, I got that. Stream 7 days per month, I'm at 8. Average 3, I'm at 3.6. Stream 8 hours per month, I'm at 33.75. So if I were to stop streaming for the rest of the month right now, that would guarantee me affiliate, but I don't really care enough, so I'm just gonna keep streaming even though people are probably not gonna watch the later into the night I go. Awesome, yeah, if you sub, that would be cool. You could be my first sub ever. That would be interesting. I've never had a sub before. But yeah, I would appreciate that. You got my views. Hey, cool, thank you, I appreciate that. Well, if there's any way I can return the favor, just let me know. I love testing and providing feedback and you know, giving training where I can. I'm also pretty well embedded into the indie scene now, so, and I'm just getting more and more embedded into it, so it'd be nice to be able to help people network, I guess, like arrange meetings between devs, that kind of thing. I don't like how this looks. I feel like it needs more. Sorry if I'm going quiet here, just pixeling away. Connections and lessons are like god tier things I need. Yeah, I mean, everyone in the industry is kind of like that. You definitely need to know people, and then the tutorials and stuff like that. Yep. You're a great streamer even with no one in here. You're talking, and when people are here, you communicate. Yeah, I do my best. You know, I'm restreaming to YouTube, so there's like, you know, people watching on there, and then there's every time I end a stream, I notice that like at least like 15 people have watched the YouTube video by the time I'm done with it, so that's pretty cool. And then same thing, like the next day, if I go to Twitch and check out the VOD, there's a handful of views of people checking out the VOD that missed the stream. So I like to at least have some conversation going on, you know, even if no one's in the room or no one's chatting. But you know, when I started, like, you know, a few years ago or whatever, it was pretty much always empty. So like I got good at talking to myself. But it's definitely more fun when there's people. So I appreciate you hanging out. I feel like I'm due for a break though. I don't know about you. You're at work, so you can't just take breaks when you want. But I can. Now, it'll be interesting to see how many tiles this uses, but we don't really need to go by the limit because there's no player that's being seen and there's no dialogue on this scene, so we can go for broke on the tile count. I think these should just be black. Because the light source is from above. I don't know. I also think maybe some of these should be dark. Oh. Alright, maybe all of them should be dark. That looks a lot better. Right, this pixel needs to be black. These ones, yeah. Well, it looks better than when it started. Alright, maybe some of these can be dark. Or maybe all of them. At least it won't look like the background. Yeah. Whoa. There goes my tablet. Oh, I was done with it anyways. Actually, I can. It's a perk of working night shift and still getting my work done. Nice. That's awesome when your job just lets you kind of do your own thing and says, hey, you're getting your job done, do you? You know? I've had jobs like that for sure. What kind of work do you do, if you don't mind me asking? I don't like that. Yeah, night shift is like has pros and cons though, right? I remember I was working like third shift, and that was crazy. I think we got done working at like midnight or 1. So it wasn't like the late night shift. It wasn't like the graveyard shift. But we started at like 6 in the afternoon or something like that. You operate 8 industrial printers. That's awesome. That's so super cool. You know, back when I was applying for a lot of jobs, printing jobs, that's the job that I always wanted and always applied for. And I nearly got a job working a UV printer, which would have been really cool. But they gave that job to someone else. But then I ended up getting a job using a laser printer, which is actually a lot of fun too. So that was fun. But yeah, I never actually got into ink printing, unfortunately. Like I learned about it in college. You know, we had to do quite a bit of ink stuff, even though it's kind of a dying art form. But you know, it's still being used. There's still applications for print. Less and less, but there are applications for print. But the industrial size printers, that would be so cool, because I imagine that's like large scale printing, where you've got like rolls of paper, like massive spools, and you probably deal with like halftones and stuff like that. Huge company and actually growing. Well, that's awesome that it's actually growing, because, you know, print, like, it's interesting, but I mean, there are still uses for print. You gotta have to be creative. I feel like, where like back in the day it was like everyone had catalogs for everything. I mean, there are still catalogs, but you can go on the internet for a catalog, you know what I mean? But yeah, I guess it depends on what you're printing. Your company probably has like its hands in a few different things that it does well, right? Yeah, but I'm gonna save this. I like this. I'm gonna fix these pixels here. I don't like those. I don't like these either. But the rest of it looks pretty good. All right, I don't like that. I don't like that one pixel. Or that pixel. No. Or that pixel. Or that pixel. Or that pixel. What about this one? I like it better like, no, better like that. All right, one more pixel. This pixel. Now it's ready. Right. Ooh, I could do another gradient on the water. That's interesting. It's almost got like a seaweed effect. All right, that's what we'll go with. Save it. Save as. Wait, that's not what we want. Export. Export as. All right, yep. Put it right there. Right on top of that. We print for giant companies like MGM and MediaCom. That makes sense. Because the bigger companies can afford to print stuff. And yeah, then you could afford to keep running. That makes sense. Shit, so you probably do all kinds of stuff. I like how that looks shrunken. Pretty nice. Alright, so we got it in there now. Better you died screen. The inventory works, but it looks like shit. The water is moving. The shoreline is there and has collisions. We fixed some bugs. Alright, I think it's time for me to take a break. Cryptic, if you're still here when I get back, that's totally cool. If not, that's alright too. But yeah, I'm gonna eat another slice of pizza and take care of a couple things, and then I'm gonna come back and try to do some more. And then yeah, we'll see how late I can stay up. My sleep schedule is so messed up that I don't know what's up from down here. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break, and hopefully I see you when I get back. If not, that's fine too. I'll see you another time for sure. You'll be back. All right, cool, man. Sounds good. Where's the thing? All right, here it is. All right, I'll be back. See you soon. All right, I am back. I had to remove another bot while I was on break, but that's okay. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do now is make music for this game. Let's just delete all the music that's in here. Because we don't need it. No, I loaded the sample game by accident. Alright. Those songs found. Let's add a song. We'll call it Song 1. Alright, so Song 1 will have no competition. No. Song 1 is going to be at a tempo... I don't know. Let's look at my other game and see what tempo the songs were there. Because I pretty much use the same thing. 6, 5, 2, 6, 6, 6, 6, lots of sixes. So let's just start with 6 and see where that takes me. Alright, so we're back to Song 1. Now what I like to do is start with bass drum. So I like to have the bass drum on the downbeat. So let's see here, we got duty, duty 1, duty 2. Right, so you want your leads to be on duty 1 because they take precedent over duty 2. And then you in GB Studio, when you use sound effects, it uses the wave channel. So when I make music for a game, I completely disregard the wave channel because I don't want the sound effects to be fighting the background music. That just doesn't make sense to me. Like, it just doesn't sound good. It never sounded good back in the day. Like, it works in NES when you need it to, because it's like something has to take precedent. But if you could avoid that, then why not? Short break. Oh, no lag on my end. Word. Yeah, short break. Just ate a slice of pizza, you know. But so we've got this noise on the duty. Let's take a look at what we're doing. This is this teal fade out 25% pulse. So what we want is this bass drum one. And we will select it there. So I kind of wish that if you selected it here, then it would select it there. But you have to select it here to edit here, and select it here to edit here. So it's a little bit confusing. I kind of wish that it was like select here and it selects there. But that's not the case. Alright, so we've got this. Let's do the obvious. Here we go. Oh. We'll save it. And then... Weird that it won't let me play it. Did I do something wrong? Play is disabled. Yay, I got it come back up. Oh, you were saying, oh no, lag on my end. I see what you're saying. I thought you were saying, oh, no lag on my end. I was like, that's weird. I don't remember mentioning lag. But I see what you're saying now. I'm glad you got it working. I wonder if it's lag being an issue with my bitrate. The bitrate looks fine on my little bitrate window thing. Anyways, it's weird to me that I can't get the play button to be lit. Huh. Well, let's go back to the game world. And then go back to music. Songs? Beauty? Instruments? Songs? Huh. Alright, I'm closing it. Save. Close it. It could just be a bug. I mean, heck, it could be because I've got so many. Don't save. It could be because I have so many instances of the engine running even. Who knows? Alright, so I've reopened it. Let's bring up music. Song. Oh, I saw the stop button. That's so weird. It's weird. Oh, it came back. It came back. Look. There it is. That's weird. Kind of buggy. I don't think there's a way to delete these patterns either. Maybe I'm wrong. No, it doesn't seem like there's a way. Oh wait, there it is. You just have to hit the button. You'd think there would be like a right click window, but I guess it's not really necessary. Oop. Alright, so this is like a spooky game. It's my end. Twitch app just stops loading, so I have to force stop. Yeah, the Twitch app is not fantastic. I mean, don't get me wrong, it works great on like a newer phone, but when I was trying to use it on my old phone, it like didn't work very well at all. And then it works a little differently and it causes some bugs sometimes. Yeah, that's pretty quiet on my end. I don't know if that's even audible. I'm gonna turn it up just a bit. Unless that's too loud. Let me know if that's too loud. I don't know if you're on headphones or what, but I kind of want it to be spooky, so I think I'm gonna add like a dun 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 kind of thing, and then the the da 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 da. All right, let's try that. It's off somewhere. Oh, here it is. All right, I'm just gonna copy this row because it looks, or it works better than this one. So this was there, and copy paste that there. Is that what we're looking at? Was it? Oh wait, this there. Oh no. There. Yeah, I think that's gonna work. It's hard to tell without the snare, so let's go put a snare in there. We'll go to the noise channel, and we'll just go with one of these. We'll just go with this green snare. We'll go somewhere like that. And we want it to be, I don't know where. Let's try it there. I don't want to switch audio sources. It's a pain in the ass to switch back. I'm just gonna leave it. It's just that there's a delay with these Bluetooth headphones unless I plug them in, and if I plug it in, I gotta use a different audio source. So like visually, I'm seeing it happening before I'm hearing it. Even though on the stream it's synced. It doesn't have a fishing feel to it. I really like drums. Making the music? Yep, making the music. I don't really have any ideas for it though. I was kind of thinking to do like pirate music, but I was like, that's boring. What if it was like metal? And I was like, what if it was like drum and bass? Right? Because if it was drum and bass, we could do like 3 of the same and then do like one that's different, and that one that's different could just be like a little bit different. So we'll go select all, copy, we'll go over here, paste it, and I will go back to the piano roll and we'll add a lead to it. Well, first let's change the snare roll, the snare fill at the end. Yeah. And then we could get crazy with it and get the other snare out and do like some Venetian snare type shit. So there needs to be a bass line. I can hear it in my head though, so that's good. I think that should start earlier actually. Alright, so that's too quick. What if, alright. Oh, fucking it up. Give me this. Give me those. How about that? Yeah. That's what we want. And then, so we need a bass line. So we'll put that on the Duty 2 channel and we'll pull this out. And I'm not sure what is gonna work. So let's like listen to a few of them. We want, for bass, probably want a sweep. Maybe, I don't know. Let's see what that sounds like. No. We want a bass sweep, so we might have to change. Ooh. I think this is what we want, but we might want to adjust it. Alright, so we're gonna use that along with some other stuff. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Something like that. Do do do. Where's the draw? Draw. Oops. I think we need something else too. Get out of here. What is this? That? Alright. Yeah, I'm liking this. Sorry, I got quiet there. The focus, the focus is hard. Yeah. Yeah, I was pretty focused there. Anyways, there's like, well, I guess I am using all the channels, but there's a lot of empty space here. And room for more music in this song. Alright, so I kind of have an idea of a skeleton for the song here. We're gonna make 2 just like 0. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. So we'll say copy all, go to 2, paste it. Alright, yeah. And then we'll have more 2s just like there's 0s. And then we'll have something that's just like 1, but it's not going to be 1, so we'll make it 3. And then we'll find 1, we'll select all that, we'll copy it, and we'll add it to 3. And yeah, so now we have a duplicate, but we're going to change it so it's not a duplicate. So it's slightly variation. So the first thing we want to do is to go hog wild on hi-hats, because why not? That is kind of my style on the Game Boy. So we've got a few hi-hats here, and they're useful. Those 2 were nearly identical, so we're gonna change 3, because why have 2 that are nearly identical when you could have 2 that sound completely different? Alright, what do the other ones sound like? We've got... Oh, it's way too short. So... I like that. It's like a reverse symbol. Alright, what else do we got? Need more volume for sure. What does this do? I know that a lot of, like, I think the NES used 7-bit audio. Seven bits, some I don't know exactly what the 7-bit is, but I've heard that used in the hardware and the inner workings and stuff of the NES. I don't really know. There's information online, but it's like black magic. All right, so we've got that rolling fade, the sharp cut, and that one's like really similar to the other one. So this is the one we're using. Let's make it a little louder. Alright. So now that we've got some sounds, let's add a array of hi-hats. So basically I make like a grid. I just don't know where. Oh, that's an explosion, not a hi-hat. Yeah, and then we want, yep, just like that. Hey, give me both. All right, copy, paste, paste. Oh, so you got to make sure, that's the thing about this, is that you can't overlap. So it's almost easiest or easier just to do it by hand. So it looks like the blue is going to be safe. So I can actually copy that. But the other hi-hat, it's going to overlap the noise. We don't want that. So we're going to do that by hand carefully. Was it this one? Yeah. Oh, and this is where the cool pattern comes in, because us doing everyone possible creates this like hole for the snare. Oh, I did it. Yeah, and then now that we've got all that, we can just select it all. Oh. Copy it. Now we're moving over to 3, and I don't know, I want to make sure where we're at. All right, we're at that first or second black key after C. So right here. So clearly we can't take the whole thing. So let's cancel that. What do we want to do instead? Oh, did I go too far? There we go. All right, so we want to get up to here. So halfway through the second to last one. We want that one too. All right, so that should be good. And we want it to be the second black key after C5. There we go, just like that. So now we should have a song kind of ish. Let's take a listen. Alright, so maybe they're a little loud, the hi-hats. Oh, that's not even the right thing. Go back, what did I do? Alright, go to this. That's still what I want? This. Oh, that wasn't even the right one. Yeah, that was a lot. I thought it would sound good, but I think it needs less. Or more, perhaps. What if we get crazy, go up? That's not the right. There we go. Oh. Oops. Alright, from the top. So I like it. It's good enough to leave it for now, actually. But I'm just thinking, it sounds a lot like both the Retro Spaceball theme song and the Source Hack theme song. Also, I'm not sure about the bass line. If I don't make it longer, people are gonna be like, the song is annoying. Lots of Game Boys reuse sound. Lots of Game Boy games reuse sound. Absolutely. But it's funny because it's not reusing it, it's just the same vibe in the same key and the same pattern, but not exactly. It's not the same melody, it's not the same rhythm, and it might not even be the same tempo. But it's like the whole like dun, 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 the constant callbacks, right? And then like it's like the inching along kind of vibe. Yeah, I don't know where to go from there, but I'm sure I'll figure it out after I hear it enough. So we'll save it, stop it, and we can tell it to play the song now. Probably right here. Or should it start in the logo? Might as well start at the logo. Oh, that's not what we want. Play music track. Song 1. Alright, let's test it out, see if it works. Background contains too many unique tiles. Alright, so what we can do there is make it a logo. Now it doesn't matter. So it started, but you gotta click on the thing before the audio actually works. So there should probably be a song for the ocean, and a song for the battle, and a song for the boss, and sound effects for encounters, and sound effects for each enemy, then sound effects for attacks. I should be making a list. Let's make a list. How do you make sticky notes? Sticky notes. Let's make a new note. Alright, we got the new note. This is called Death Fish? No, Demon Fish. Demon Fish. Dead. Yeah, I guess it doesn't need that. Actually, if I wanted to be crazy, I could be like colon exclamation point, or just colon dead ahead, or just demon fish dead ahead. All right, demon fish dead ahead. So audio, we will okay. Ocean over world theme. Common battle theme. Boss battle theme. Death music. Shop music, if we have a shop. I don't know if I'll have time to have a shop, to be honest, because everything takes so much debugging to get it to work. So we'll put a question mark there, and then we'll go to sound effects. We got attack, SFX, critical, SFX, take damage, SFX, receive damage, SFX, encounter, SFX. What else? What else? What else? UI, sound effects. Oh, health sound effect. We'll say item sound effect. But it'd be cool to have multiple sound effects for different items. Oh, and the kill sound effect. Kill enemy sound effect. So maybe each enemy has a call and death. So each enemy is going to have a call for when you see it, it'll say, what does it say? The player takes critical damage, health is 24. Especially Nintendo tells, I just read that. Yeah, they definitely reused some stuff. For sure. So yeah, I want each enemy to make a sound when it comes on screen, and then it would be cool if it made a sound for itself when you die too, or when it dies as well. A sound effect for Braze. Okay, so I think that should take care of pretty much all the sound effects. And except for maybe like some boss attacks. Yeah, we'll put that in there. We'll just say boss sound effects because there'll be special sound effects for the boss. And maybe boss music. Oh yeah, we already have boss music. Okay. So that's a pretty good list of audio. Yeah. Well, we could start getting into this, right? Might as well. So we've got the music. We've got song 2. And we'll call this, we can rename songs. We'll call it theme song. Song 2, we're gonna try to make the ocean overworld. I don't know what sailing music should sound like. I guess that's sailing music, right? So again, we're gonna start with the bass drum here. So we'll go to, what is this? Pulse 50 on the duty. It's doing that thing again where it won't let me play it. Oh, it needs another song after it. That's weird. I wasn't expecting that, but we'll see how that does. Oh, just dropped and shattered my screen. Yeesh. RIP phone. Man, feel bad. Did you have a case on it and then it just landed on the screen part? Man, that sucks. I'm really sorry to hear that. Landed flat on its face. Ouch. Was it a new phone? An S23 Ultra? Jeez. Jeez, man. Dude, that sucks. Man. Never broken a screen like that before. I've broken the digitizer on a screen before, but that was like a early Android. That was like the first Android. Or actually it was the second one. Back when they called them droids. What am I doing here? Oh, I remember what I'm doing. I'm doing a hi-hat grid again. Oops. Actually, it kind of sounds good like that. I'm just gonna leave it. Alright, copy all that, paste it onto one. Whoa. Whoa. That was weird. Alright, so now that we've got a duplicate, I'm going to add another instrument. $350 for repairs, 158 to do it myself. Rest in peace. Yeah, that sucks. But you know, if they can repair it for 350, that's, you know, not too bad considering it's like, I don't know. Well, I guess that is pretty bad considering the phone's like what, a year old, and it was probably what, 800, 900 bucks or more. But the thing about doing a screen repair yourself, and this is something that I learned when I broke my digitizer, because I was like, oh, I'll try to do the repair myself. First of all, you need a lot of tiny like that. Second of all, you can like easily accidentally break these tiny little ribbon cables and shit like that, and it's like, oh fuck, you know. 1200 for the phone. Okay, so yeah, 350 for repairs. That sucks, but it's better than getting a whole new phone. You know what I mean? And like I have a S24 Ultra, but before that I had a S7. Yeah, they wouldn't even take it. They wouldn't even take the phone. It was so old. But I don't know how much of a difference there is between the S23 and the S24. But yeah, between the S7 and the S24, there was a big difference. An 8-year difference of technology. All right, so I'm gonna where's the other short one? I got the screwdrivers and I've worked on phones before, so you know what I'm talking about. The fucking... Hopefully you got like a magnifying lens or something. And tiny little pliers, right? Still expensive, out of nowhere cost. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, I try to keep my bills to a minimum. I feel that. So I'm gonna do the same thing, copy it. Just gonna keep building, I think, for this song. What if I mess with the effects? I like never do this, by the way. I don't know. I don't even know if that'll work. This will be interesting. Well, wasn't that interesting? Just kind of weird sounding. Get rid of that. What I want to do is something different here. Yeah, I'm just doing random shit here. I'm just drawing patterns. Wait, I think I know. I just had an idea. What if I repeated that last measure. There's a way to do that. Position jump to pattern. I don't know what patterns are. Oh, these are patterns. Well, I don't want pattern jump. I want, or wait, pattern break? Start row. Oh yeah, okay. I think this is what I want. I want start row 48. Try that. Oh, that didn't do anything. I don't know what that does. All routine. That duty cycle. Note cut, note delay. Volume, vibrato. I don't know. I'm just gonna get rid of it. So I want it to do something there though. Alright, I know what I want. I want to make a new thing. It'll be 4. We're gonna copy 0 onto 4. And we're gonna go back to piano roll. We're gonna grab that crazy shit here. Duty 2. And oh, that's not what I want. I want that and that. Copy. And oh wait, I want to make sure we know it's at. Paste. Just like that. All right, start from the top. All right, so it's gonna start over at 1 there. And then 2. And then, I don't know. I think that actually works because it's like confusing enough to where you don't realize that the song restarted, because this part is where it gets interesting, and this is where your brain remembers it because it repeats it, and you think that's the start. Because you've heard this before. But this is actually the start. Of course, it's 7 patterns long, so that's part of the reason why it kind of makes you think that the starting place is somewhere else. But because it's repetitive in nature, and it has this little break here, it kind of has this like song vibe, even though it's technically not staying in time with itself, I guess. I don't know how you would say it technically. It's a pattern of 7. Alright, so that's good for Overworld. We'll save it. We'll rename it Overworld. Cool. Now let's put that in the game. Got the Overworld. We will play music track. Overworld. Yeah, we'll do it right away. Alright, so then the next thing is we want an encounter. Alright, so let's pull up BFXR, which is not easy to find apparently. Oh, no, it is. Look, it got easier to find. I don't know. Sometimes you can find it, sometimes you can't. So BFXR is great for Game Boy music or sound effects. Honestly, it's great for anything, even in like 3D, like big box engine games. All you gotta do is put some processing on afterwards. Like, if I make an explosion, you can use that in an actual, like a sound effect for a thing. You just gotta change it up, right? So you get the sustain and the decay. This actually might work for the game. There's a cat. Where is she? I hear you, but I don't see you. I hear you, but I don't see you. Marco. Oh, there you are. How you doing, kitty? Lulu likes to say hi at the same time every night at about 2 a.m. Lulu, would you like to say hi? I hope you can hear it. Meow. That was me. Alright. Back to the music. So I kind of like that, actually. But what we'll do is we'll get rid of the sustain. We'll take care of the punch here. So with Game Boy Studio, you can't have anything more than 4 seconds, I think. Maybe it's less than that. Let's look that up. Where did that go? This one? Alright, so let's do that. For GB Studio. Audio clip. Yeah, so 3.64 seconds. So less than 4. So I was right in saying that it's less than 4. Yeah. So as long as it's less than that, you're fine. So, oh, you heard the kitty? All right, let's see how long that is. We'll export the wave. It's not start split. Let's do something else. What do we got? We'll make a new folder. We'll call it DFDA underscore BFXR. Alright. And this will be encounter. Alright, so let's open up Audacity now. Alright, here's Audacity. Now we need that audio track that I just made, so I'm gonna find that. Pull this up, documents, audio, made in BFXR. And here is the encounter. So this is what it looks like. We can snip off a little bit here. So we'll do that. And it's under the amount of time that we need. You can see above it. So that's good. We do want to maximize the volume here, because Game Boy sound effects are like super quiet and you need to like compress the heck out of them to get them to sound right. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna compress the hell out of it. We'll say, I don't even know. Pretty much where it was. Yep. So now it's loud enough. And now what we'll do is export wave. Actually, that's not what we want. We want file export audio. Now we've got unsigned 8-bit wave. Not MP3, not IGDR. We'll go with BFXR. BFX, oh no, that's the made in BFXR. We'll go with this. We'll say encounter edit. We'll save that there. So now we've got our encounter. We got our folder somewhere. Here it is. Hold that there. We've got this folder here. Our assets. Our sounds. I don't know what this shit is. Get out of here. And then we've got this here. Oh, we need to copy it. Otherwise, we'll lose it. Okay. So now we've got this trigger. Let's throw on some music. Alright. So we've got music on, we've got the trigger, we've got this thing here. It has an update function. It's got all this random. It asks the player the question. So right before fish, right? If RNG equals 0. Yep, that's what we're going for. So we want play sound effect. Actually, let's do something else first. Let's go value var. We're gonna add a variable here. Yeah, we'll delete it, but we need the variable. So yeah, we don't need the event, but we need the variable. So we'll make a new variable. We'll call it SFX off. So when SFX off is true, that means there are no sound effects. So that when we have an options menu, then we can turn off the sound effects. It's just easier to do this from the start than to do it later. All right, so we've got the sound effects variable. We'll delete that and we'll say, wait, actually that's what we wanted. If sound effects off equals 0, then we will play the sound effect. Oh, play sound effect. And we don't want bleep, we want encounter edit. I don't know what this is. Sound effect off, addition. Oh, okay, yeah. It just aligned itself weird. Cool. Alright, so we've got that going. We don't have battle music. And of course the best battle music came from Final Fantasy. So that's what we're gonna do, something like that. Let's do music. We'll make a new song. We'll call it Battle Music. Battle music. Alright, we can start with the bass line. We'll go to duty 2. I don't remember what we want. Do we want vibrato? Let's turn off the music. I don't know what I'm doing here. Alright, let's just get rid of this shit and do something else. Oop, that's not what I think I'm doing that too early. Oop. Let's try this. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't like this at all. Get rid of it. Alright, let's start from scratch here. I think with some drums, this might work. It's like not even in sync. Alright, one more. Stop that shit. Copy, paste, go. Nice starting point. Right, so now we've got a duplicate of 0 on 1. But what I want to do is add more to it, right? Maybe to the baseline here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I'm gonna get off Twitch. Have a great night, man. Yeah, you too, man. You have a great night as well. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Sorry about your phone, man. I really, that sucks. Hope the rest of your night goes better. So I'm gonna let this play for a little bit while I get some water. Just give me a second. All right. So I like this. I kind of want something else with this high shit though. Not like something crazy else, but like something to like lead us into that, like maybe a 25. Let's see how that sounds. No, I don't like that. Let's drop those. Well, first let's just get rid of them. And then let's try dropping them. Maybe here. And here. I'm just trying different things here. I didn't like it. I don't know, it sounds better than it did though, so I'm not like completely opposed to it. I think it can do better. What if we do with the 12? Then maybe the sweep. All right, that's pretty good. I'll save it. We got our battle music. Heck yeah, let's put that in. We got the game world. All right. Fight scene. We'll just load it right here. Well, you know what? We should do the same thing with the sound effects and the BGM. We'll make a new variable. We'll call it BGM off. All right, so BGM off. If it equals 0, then we're gonna play music. So play music track. Oh, that's the wrong button. And we got battle music. That's what we want. Cool. So we'll throw that at the start. And do the same thing here. If compare, and it was BGM off, and we'll put the battle music or the overworld music in there, and we got that. So we'll hit save. What else do we have? We got this. So I guess it's always gonna play there. The title screen could have options. If we use multiple choice. Um, Well, let me think about this. So options, we could do something really easy where it's just point and click and you click on BGM mute or sound effects mute, and those be the only two options. That would be enough to make people go, oh, you have options, and maybe clear data, right? So that way you could clear your save if you want. I also kind of wanted to do a trophy thing, so yeah, maybe we should do that. All right, so instead of display a menu, we want a multiple choice. No, we don't want multiple choice. We want a menu. The wording on that's kind of dumb. All right, so because this is a multiple choice and it says display choices, but it doesn't have the number of options, it just has that. So we'll go with menu choice, but we'll change the number of options to 3. We'll copy this. We'll copy this, and then we'll say options. And we can get rid of this. If menu choice right, so this isn't what we want either. We want to get this shit out of here because they fucked us with a Boolean check here. So we need to do something else there. They've got a loop. We don't want the loop. What we want is to just display what do we want? Display the menu right up there. Do that. Give it. Wait. So if menu choice, yeah. So we need a if. Or you know, let's do a switch. Yeah, that's what it's missing. So we'll do a switch. We'll say menu choice. Number of options is 3. We don't want this. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. So this one is comment new game. Copy, paste. Oh, I should turn on the music, huh? Alright, we got new game. New game is load game. And then we'll do paste. Here is options. Cool. So for new game, we want this and this. For load game, we want this. We can get rid of this loop. So 2 is taken care of, 1 is taken care of, and then options. So we want to make an options menu. So very quickly, we'll make an options menu. So 160 by 144. And there we have it. Yeah. Sorry, got distracted there. So we've got our thing, we'll get the grid up. Now let's we'll make the background black. We will make the buttons on a new layer. We'll start with this gray color and we'll make it this big. But let's make it a circle. So let's go ahead and just use the circle tool. Make our lives easier. That's too big. That's the size we want. So we'll go ahead and do that. We will maybe add another circle to make it fancy. Oh, that's not the circle button. Make a fancy circle. I don't know, that's not fancy enough. Let's do... Nope, still not close enough. I want it to be like right on the edge. Just like that. And then I'm going to write in very small letters. I'm gonna do that on a new layer in case I need to move things around here. Yeah, it's B. What if we did that? Maybe just that. B. G. Oh, that's taller than the other one. B, G, O, O, M. BGM. Alright, so what we can do is we can swap this out. So we can say on and off. So we'll start with on. I don't like that. BGM on. Alright, so we'll just grab this whole thing. Yeah, let's just merge that down. We'll duplicate it. Now we'll change it to off. I feel like I'm gonna need more space. BGM off, BGM on. I don't know which to do though. Uh-oh. Did my phone turn off? Oh, I bet it updated. It's the middle of the night. It's like, you're not using your phone. Alright. So those are the buttons. What I could do is highlight it. Oh, you know what? If these are sprites, I can't even use that color. So what I can do is well, I can use that color outside of this square, but I don't think that'll look good. Probably not. So I'm gonna do this whole thing. I'm just gonna do the non-contiguous. There, now we got everything. And for on, we can use the white. Oh, we'll go back to contiguous and change that. But it will only be in the square. So we'll trick it into thinking we drew a fancy circle. There. BGM on, BGM off. Yep, can't get any more simple than that. Alright, so we really only need the one though. So we'll copy both of these on a new file. And we'll just save that. And here we go. Because we only need the edges, or the square. We don't need the edges. Cool. So those will be our sprites. Let's bring the canvas. Well, first of all, let's bring this one over. Yeah, and then we'll bring the canvas in. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is import sprite sheet. Alright, so now it's set to layers. And then what I'm gonna do is export as PNG, not background, but sprites, and we'll put them in as BGM button. And it says all frames, so that means it's going to make 2 files. It's telling us that it's going to make 2 files. We hit OK, and now we've got 2 sprites for the BGM button. But we need to do the same thing for SFX, so let's just do that while we're here. And we will let's make a new layer, and we'll just do that, and then we'll do that, and then we'll do another new layer, and this one is gonna have the font on it. Oh. S F X. That doesn't look great, so let's see what we can do here. Hey, that looks better. I like that. Alright, so we'll just take this. Actually, we don't even need to do anything. We'll just drag this and link them. So yeah, sound effects on, sound effects off. And because the other one was BGM, right? Yeah. Cool. So we'll do the same thing. We will export as, and we'll say SFX button. 2 files, yep. And then we'll just select all, copy this, and we'll go back to this. We'll paste it. Oh shit, that's not what I want at all. I want not the frame, but the oh. Alright, so I'll save this as a Aseprite file so I don't lose anything. What folder is this? I want to put Aseprite files in my assets folder. Alright, so here we've got our boat, but we're putting in our buttons. Alright, so now I'm going to merge them. Copy this layer, delete this, don't save, paste. Wait, come on, paste. What? But I did, but I wanted the thing. What is going on? It's not pasting it. Alright. There it is. Alright, so we've got sound effects off and BGM off. So we'll just take... First we'll get rid of this. Second, we'll find this. I don't know a good spot for it. Maybe there. We'll duplicate it, and where's the middle? Here. So what? 1, 2, 3, something like that, or like that. Where's the middle? This is screwing it up. Oh. That's what we... Alright. And then the line. One more. Alright, so that's symmetrical at least. And then we'll make another button that says back. So we'll take this, copy, paste. We'll just put it here in the middle. And then we'll grab one side of it and stretch it out here. And the other side, we're gonna stretch it out over there. Oh, one more. Yep, and then we're just gonna drag this all the way over there. Yep. And then I'm gonna fill these in, fill this in, fill this in. Grab a brush, blow it up, fill that in. Alright, so now I'm just going to use the font and say back, and oh, wrong side, wrong color, font back. That's a little bit big. Oh what is it doing? Why is it being like text, back, drink? Alright, that's not looking good. Let's do 10. There we go. It's like this huge button. Could stand to be a little smaller. Alright. It's like a face though. Maybe it should be like a fish. Put a fin here. Some fins there. It's a catfish. No, it's a Cthulhu fish. It sure is an ugly menu. Maybe if we did like, I don't know, the square. Oh, that looks even worse. I don't even know what I'm doing here anymore. I'm like making the menu. Whatever that means. I don't know what this is. What am I even drawing? Like some type of picture frame? It still looks like a face. Alright, I think I have an idea. So we're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna pull up the grid. We're gonna scroll this down. Oh, grab all of this, pull it down. Put that at the bottom. Put this right next to it. And this one right next to it. How close can we get this stuff? Because we want... These things have to be in a certain spot. Wait a second. Like that, okay. Yeah. So that's as low as I can get them. So what I can do is I can make like a fake button in the middle. Oh, you know what I'll do instead? I'll make a compass. There we go, we've got a compass. We'll put the white behind it, right? Oh, that's too bright. So we'll make a white rim. And maybe white around this. And then dark around this. Or light. Or black. And then this. There we go. So then the next step is to make like a steering wheel, I think. Of course, that's gonna be like big and shit. So we'll see how it works. I don't know how well this is gonna turn out, but we'll see. Might actually work. What is this? Why aren't you flipping? Oh, it's because you're rotated, okay. I think that'll work. We'll put some waves in the background, maybe? Uh-oh. Everything's high. I'm doing it again, alright. Oh, no. I don't even know. There we go. Yep, being kind of quiet here, just going at it. Alright, so I need some type of like, I don't know, steering column thing. Maybe I made too many waves. Alright, so it looks like it just has like a tiny little thing. Wait, didn't I have a window open? Ah, there it is. Yeah, so it looks like the spokes go all the way through, so I'll have to make note of that also. Alright, so we'll... Oh, not that. Alright, I see what's going on here. That don't look right. So fucking Alright, so we got that, but it's on the wrong layer. So let's just take that, cut it, put it on a new layer. Oh, yeah, there we go. And then this will be like the steering podium thing. What we'll do is we'll put a light outline on it. Then we'll try to give it some depth. Oops. There we go. Actually, it looks kind of good like that, doesn't it? That looks good. Alright, so now I need to do this steering wheel. Clearly I've never seen a steering wheel before. Maybe these things should go behind the box. Yeah, like that. All right. Alright, so there should be a line going across. Oh, what is going on here? Alright. Well, I'm getting kind of sleepy at this point. We're at 8.5 hours here. I feel like the sound effects and BGM buttons are falling off the pedestal thing. Let's arrange this some more here. We've got this. All of this. And this. We'll bring it down. And this. Oh, it's got a weird thing going on. But doesn't it? It needs to be there. And there. Alright. Let's fix that issue. Alright, now we've got these buttons. This thing. Let's fix that. It's got a hole in it. Alright, now we'll fix the buttons, because they're missing some pieces here. At least this one is. What if there was like a skull here? Just as like a little decoration, right? Well, that didn't have the effect I was hoping for. Let's do something. No, that's not what we want. That's not what we want. No. No. That's what. Apparently. Nope. He's got an X on his head. He's Rob Zombie. What if we give it a light inside? Alright, and we turn off that and the symmetry. Alright, so it's looking like a menu. I think I can clean this up a bit. Let's get this going. And the symmetry. Oh, where am I? Alright, I'll just add it to the top layer. Oh, that one's missing. Oh, because the symmetry, isn't it? Alright, let's turn off the symmetry. Oh. We'll fix the edges. Alright, that's looking pretty good. Alright, we'll save it as was it options? Alright. Got options menu. We'll export it. Export as options. Alright, now we're gonna make a new scene. We want... Oh, we gotta edit. Oh wait, no, it should be in there. What did I call it? Options. There it is, right there. So we will make that transparent. Actually, we want to make a UI cursor. Alright, so I'm gonna make a UI cursor. 16 by 16. We got the transparent background. We'll make a new layer. And here we'll just draw a symmetrical blob. And another symmetrical blob. And then we'll turn off symmetry and we'll make another blob. We'll erase that. Draw that, and draw that. And now we have a glove. It's a glove. We'll put some white on there. Oh. So it has some depth to it. Actually, that doesn't look good. Beep. Alright. So that's gonna be my pointer. Not very horror-like, but it's for the options menu, so whatever. Export as sprites, backgrounds, assets, sprites. We'll call it finger pointer. Alright, so now we've got a finger pointer. Alright, next we want to add some actors. One right there. And how did it know that it was going to be that? How did it know that? Let's do another one. Oh, it's off. We want this one to be sound effect. Alright, so actually what we want is, yeah, we want these to be there. So, but both of these we want on interacts. And then we want to value var, what is this? This is SFX off equals 1, and then we want to, so first of all, let's do a comparison. If variable compare with value. So if SFX is off, if SFX is off, if SFX off equals 0, then we want to make it 1, and we want to change the avatar. So what is actor sprite, that actor sprite sheet. So actor 2 is SFX button, and we'll make actor 1 BGM button. I cannot spell button. Alright, so we got this guy, and it's going to change self to BGM button 2. No, SFX button 2. Cool. Then we're gonna copy this. Oh, we need to do an else. So we'll do copy this, paste it, make it 0, and then copy this and paste it and make it the opposite. Alright, so we'll copy this, bring it over here. Alright, so now we need to change it to BGM off. Alright, so here again, BGM off. And then we need BGM button 2 and BGM button 1. Okay, so that should take care of the BGM, but we do need this back button. So what we'll do is we'll add a trigger here for that, so we can do this whole thing. And on trigger enter, script, oh no, we want button, attach script to button. Alright, so we'll do AB start up. Okay, so there we've got this, and what we're gonna do here is change scene, and we're gonna change it back to the UI title screen. Why does it say UI? But yeah, we'll change it back to title screen. Player doesn't matter because there is no player on that screen. Alright, so there's something else we need to do here. We need to initialize these things. So first we'll say if compare value with value with BGM. So BGM, if BGM is off equals 1, then we want to change, or we'll say sprite. Set actor sprite sheet to button 2. Copy event, and then we'll do the same thing on init here. If SFX is off as 1, we'll set SFX button to 2. So that way if you come in with the effects already off, then the buttons will be off. Back should be good. Alright, let's save it and we'll see how that works. Oh, and you know what, when you click BGM on, it should probably turn the music on. And when you click it off, it should turn the music off. But let's test out the options menu. Wow, that didn't work at all. So there's another bug. We're not loading the options menu yet. So let's do that. We got options, change scene. Oh, that's not how you spell change. Change scene. We'll change it to scene 9. That is correct. And this, we do actually want a number, but we can just use this. We'll start it there. And this should be fine. So yeah, we wanted to turn off the music when you hit the button. So if BGM off. Oh, did we not do the else for this one? Or that one? Oh, this is the init. I'm on the wrong thing. We want interact. Okay. So on interact, if it's off, or if off is 0, we're turning it off. So we want to turn off the music. Music, stop. Oh wait, this is BGM, so we want this to be BGM. Yeah, okay. And then else, BGM off equals 0. And yeah, we'll make the music start again. Play music track. Theme song. And same thing for sound effects. If we're turning the sound effects off, we don't want to make a sound effect, but if we turn it on, we do want to make a sound effect. But I don't have any sounds yet, so I don't know. We'll just make a beep for now. How about a tone? That'll work for now. Actually, let's do 0.3. Perfect. We'll change that later. But that should work. Oh, and there should be a sound effect that plays here too. So if oh wait, we need if compare SFX off equals 0, play sound effect. Beep. We'll do another 600 hertz. Alright. We'll save it. We'll hit play. Oh, so I didn't turn the collisions off on them, so that's an issue. So let's do that. So on initialization, collision, disable, copy event, paste event. So you should still be able to interact even with the collisions disabled. So let's try that, make sure that works. That's so cool how it's got this now. It didn't have this before. Your ROM needs to grow 1.8 megabytes to get to this size. Alright, so here's the thing. Alright, now we've got that. Huh. It changed the scene. So the BGM button's working. It's really easy to accidentally hit the back button is what it is. So I'm gonna make that button smaller. So we'll just go here, take the height down, we'll drag it down. Cool. Let's try that again. Let's see how it looks in red. Where's the one that I like? There it is. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Whoops. Can't check that. Can't check it that way. No way to get back to the title screen. That might be a nice thing to have. Especially if there's no way to get to the options screen elsewhere. So maybe a way to get to the options from the pause menu that doesn't exist yet. So here we go, options. So I guess telling us the player or the enemy has 0 health isn't that useful, especially when it says that it dies the next time around. So might have to change that. Also, it's still telling me that the first is caught, even though I made the dead variable, which is supposed to catch that, but. Oh, I did it to the first one. Is I've only got 6 health and I take critical damage. I have 1 health. I got him. But now I'm gonna die. Dead. That actually looks really cool. How does it look in the red? Oh yeah, that looks cool. You died. Got 6 health and it has 30 health. I need to learn how to use tackle. Or program to make it so you can use tackle. Also, I feel like the boat needs texture there. Alright. Okay, I'm liking the music. The music is sounding good. I'm liking what I've finished today. It is 4 o'clock in the morning, so it's about bedtime or so. Oh yeah, I still want to do some exercise, and so yeah, I should end, do my exercise, and then just pass the heck out. And start up again tomorrow. Probably be doing the same thing, streaming again, probably around 6, 7, or 8 to 4, 5, or 6. So who knows? Who knows? Should be a good time. Thanks everyone for hanging out, watching the stream. Thanks for everyone who lurked, everyone for hanging out. Thanks for Kixie for being a new mod. Yep. Bard for hanging out. That was fun. Sequel. We had Goose for a bit. We had Cryptic, obviously, he was here for a while. Yeah, we had a lot of fun people coming up. What happened at the start? How far back can I go up? Oh, we had Wirehead and Just Wall. Yeah, super fun time hanging out with all those cool people. We'll do it again sometime, but for now, I think it's time to say goodnight. So thank you again, and yeah, we'll do this again. All right, take care. Bye-bye.